she said, there is a nice place here. Let's go. Then, never in my life. This is the best. Well, yes, yeah. But not in one field, in other fields, which are very good. So I just actually solved two or three analytical problems. I almost solved one. Then, see, mathematical what I do, I randomly generate data and knowledge. So if it gives you wrong result, I don't do more. So it happened once. And I said, wow, this is my answer. Then I can relax my mind. Then I took a walk. And the first thought came to my mind is, now I know why nobody has done it before. I can see doing that, like the conference and stuff like that. I can see doing it later. It says it takes it first, there's nothing to do. I'm happy to go over that. I visited
Rapaz, sério, na hora que eu só ouvi, eu falei, cara, eu falei pra mim, ele tinha preparado um plano. Eu vou usar seu plano. Ah, eu disse, eu vou usar não, ela, por quê? Eu falei assim, porque eu sou francês, na verdade, eu sou usar. Eu acabei de ouvir isso aqui, cara. Não, e aí, assim, esse levado rápido, cara, tá sendo protocolo com a gente, ele falou assim, olha, eu fortemente encorajo vocês a não utilizarem PowerPoint. Mas se alguém quiser. Não, mas se alguém fizer questão de utilizar, eu peço para usar. O Ricardo Santos, na perspectiva, tá indo, ele pegou e disse, não, eu vou usar. Aí o cara, que é o CEO da Ranger Group, ele falou assim, sério, você vai usar? I'm not using. Cara, não use. Fica queimado. Oi? É porque você restringe o fluxo. Hoje em dia as pessoas querem interagir, você tem um multicast, quando você está pensando você conhece. Então as pessoas veem você falando, você não tem muito espaço agora. Uma coisa é de não usar mais.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome. Thank you so much for gathering on this early Monday morning on a beautiful sunny day in New York City. I'm Merritt Jano, Dean of the School of International Public Affairs, and I'm really, really pleased that we are doing this workshop conference on the Internet of Things and comparing and looking at the Brazilian experience as well as plans underway in China. About 4 years ago, I initiated a CEPA initiative around technology and public policy, thinking about that as a School of International Public Affairs, we really had to be looking much more directly at some of the cutting edge issues in public policy and around economic globalization, and certainly the consequences of interconnection, and the internet, the transformative power of data and information flows, and the positive consequences that this is producing for citizens, small business, as well as the new risks are just fundamental to all of our core fields, and also provide a new skill set that our students need to think about and engage as they go about their careers of the future. So in the course of that, we've been very fortunate to be working with some outstanding external partners to hire some new faculty, to build on relationships and bring in thought leaders from around the world. We have a deep commitment to the study and engagement with both Brazil and China, and have Columbia Global Centers in both Brazil, in Rio and in Beijing. We have hundreds of students studying at CEPA from those jurisdictions. We do annual conferences and events in both Brazil and China. We have capstone projects underway with institutions in both jurisdictions. And these are two countries, especially, I think, Brazil, that are taking what academics used to call the advantages of being an emerging market and the absence of domestic legacy systems that you have to navigate around to create new approaches and think de novo in a fresh way and try to capture the entrepreneurialism and the creative spirit, as well as the regulatory concerns, into new policy frameworks. And for the last year and this year, we've been really, really honored to have with us Ronaldo Lemos, who is a great thought leader in Brazil, a technologist and a lawyer who thinks about these policy questions with a deep global perspective, as well as very much a Brazilian perspective, and who I know has been working on these issues in partnership with McKinsey and other institutions in Brazil. So this is really a workshop that we owe to Ronaldo. I thank you deeply for this and for your contributions to our ongoing efforts. I welcome you all today. I am going to be very much learning from you today, and I think I hope that we'll come up with ideas together that are useful to you and that we can build a partnership with the institutions that are with us today. So thank you very much, Ronaldo. Thank you particularly for your leadership and contributions.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Dean Merritt. I am a visiting professor here at SIPA. I teach a course that is called Technology Policy in the Developing World. So basically what I do in my course is to try to discuss the policy issues, not necessarily from the perspective of the US and Europe, but also from the perspective of Brazil, South Africa, China, Indonesia, and so many other countries. And I think this is actually really important. And the reason we are here today is in part to discuss Brazil's recently crafted national IoT plan. So I'm very thankful for the government of Brazil members that are here with us today. I am telling you beforehand that we are going to have some important announcements being made by the government. I'm not going to spoil what they are. Tiago Peixoto, who's here and is the Vice Minister, Secretary of Science and Technology in Brazil, will be handled then. But I was involved very much in this crafting of this study that is basically underlying the National IoT Plan. This study was commissioned by the Brazilian National Development Bank, from which we have Rivera here, and in partnership with the Ministry of Science and Technology. And it was basically 1 year and a half of work that culminates here with the partnership of McKinsey, CPQD, which is another think tank in Brazil. And we are very happy with the outcome. Maybe it's late in time for Brazil to be moving into this space. China has been doing that since 2010. But one of the advantages of moving later in time is precisely to learn from the other experiences and to understand what happened and what can be actually useful for Brazil. So I'm very happy with this particular workshop. The idea is basically to exchange perspectives, not only Brazil and China originally, but also the US and other members that I see that are here from other countries as well, and try and see what does it mean to discuss IoT in this moment of today. So what do we do about data? What do we do about privacy? What do we do about telecommunications regulation? What do we do about equipment certification and other issues like that? So these are challenges not only for Brazil, but also for other countries as well. So I'm very thankful for Dean Merritt General for putting together the Tech and Policy Initiative. SIPA has been playing a leading role in teaching public policymakers how to make decisions about technology. And I think this is actually quite unique because we often see discussions about tech policy maybe in the computer sciences schools, maybe a little bit in the law schools, but I think SIPA is basically leading the discussion between policymakers and how to make good policy decisions regarding technology. So that's all that I have for the beginning. And I would like to call Patricia Allen, who's going to be forming our first table, in which we will be presenting the work that Brazil did with the IoT plan. And subsequently, we'll be having other panels as well in which we will frame the perspective of IoT from different angles. So Patricia, thank you so much. And thank you so much for flying out and being here with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronaldo, for the invitation. Thanks, Dean Merritt. It's really a pleasure to be here today. I had the chance to work with many people who are here, Rivera, Gontijo, Thiago Camargo, during this last year and a half, leading this project as a McKinsey partner. And now I'm on the other side of the table, running a technology healthcare organization in Brazil. So I'm running Opto in Brazil. So it's very interesting to see on the other side how relevant this discussion is and will be for us in Brazil and around the world. I would like to invite the other panelists that will be joining us in this panel, where we will be talking about the motivations for Brazil and China to engage in this journey to develop an IoT plan and IoT strategy. And we will also be talking about how the other countries are acting and which kinds of projects they are developing to develop IoT. The United States is also another country that's been working on that direction. We also have the case example of what's happening in Europe. So countries getting together to work on IoT strategy. So there are many different things happening around the world. It's even hard to follow and keep track of everything that's happening. So there is an important discussion for us here to understand, one, how the landscape is shaping up around the world, what China is doing, what Brazil is doing, and more importantly, what we could be doing together as well, because many of the challenges that we are facing in each one of the regions are common challenges that we will have to face, not only in our individual countries, but worldwide. So I'd like to take the opportunity to invite first Thiago Camargo. Thiago is the Secretary of Digital Policies in the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation Communication in Brazil. And Thiago is leading the IoT plan in Brazil together with many other digital and technology innovations. So thank you very much, Thiago, for being here with us. I would also like to invite Venka Atluri. He's the senior partner at McKinsey today, who leads the Internet of Things practice worldwide. So thanks a lot, Venka, for being here with us. And I also would like to invite Professor Benjamin Ku. He's the director of the I Center in China in the Tsinghua University. So thanks a lot for Professor Benjamin Ku for being here with us. To get us started, one thing that I would like to do is to give each one of you 5 minutes to share a little bit about what you've been doing. Your biography and what you've been doing the last few years is very impressive, so I think we have a lot to share here. As if you could take 5 minutes to give a brief introduction of what you've been doing, I will follow up with some specific questions, okay? So Thiago, if you could start.
Good morning, you all. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you, in behalf of SIPA, thank you, Dean Merritt, for all hospitality shown to us. Thank you, Ronaldo, for inviting us to this event. To introduce myself, I'm a lawyer and a proud SIPA alum. And it was a great thing that Ronaldo said, that SIPA is a leading school in educating public officials and in using technology to solve problems. When I was studying here, I came to realize that in all the stages that governments have been faced by the population, by the society, first came the government of the professionalism with the penal law in the United States, and then came the government of efficiency, using numbers, big data. New York is a very good example with the CompStat created by Bill Bratton. And now we are, governments should be the governments of partnerships. There's no modern government without partnership with academia, with civil society, with companies. And I believe that some governments are struggling to put it all together and find its way through professionalism, efficiency, and partnerships. And many of Brazilian local governments and part of the Brazilian federal government is also on this kind of way. So since I took charge of the office on the Secretariat for Digital Policies, actually it was called IT policy before, because it was the guardian of the IT law, 27 years old law, ancient as it could be, as it gets. But the first thing that we try to do is make a symbol of it, the changing of the name of the Secretariat and the change of the direction that we are heading. So we changed the IT law, modernizing the law, creating the possibility that companies that invest in R&D now could invest in R&D and and innovation through investment on venture capital or startups and have a tax incentive on that. And the second step was the launching of the Brazilian strategy for digital transformation. It is my baby. It's something that I'm always excited to talk about because the Brazilian strategy for digital transformation is an umbrella with 100+ actions trying to create a new economy with new business models in a data-driven, in a data-based economy within a world of connected devices. And if we aim to create a world of connected devices, the very first plan should be the National Plan for IoT. The National Plan for IoT started previously of my arrival at the ministry, as you guys are going to hear a lot because Ronaldo took part in it, Patricia, Paulo, Rivera, Gontijo. So most of the speakers were part of this process previous to me. And my role on that is, after the study was delivered, was to trying to make it a public policy. And it's kind of challenging because, you know, the Newton's second law is perfectly applicable to any innovation in government. For every force towards innovation, there's a force in an opposite direction of the corporativism. So for every Uber, there's the taxi drivers. For every Airbnb, there are hotel owners. And for every change in legislation, try to create a more soft touch on regulation, there are other government officials that will not be happy because they could feel that they are losing some kind of power. And that's what we aim to do with the National Plan of IoT. But I believe that we will talk more about that. Right now, I'm just giving the flow of the process that happened, that took place since I took charge 6 months ago. And I was joking that my pipeline, my 1-year pipeline, was to help to create an Internet for All program, the National Strategy for Digital Transformation, the National Plan for IoT. We are accomplishing that pipeline in less than 6 months. So we will have a lot of room to play for the next 6 months. So I'm very excited to take some insights here that could help me to design and to rethink other policies.
Thank you very much, Thiago. Venka, could you talk a little bit about the work that you've been doing around the world in Internet of Things?
Yeah. Thank you, Patricia, and thank you, Dean, for inviting us. Let me cover perhaps 3 broad things in my opening remarks. Quickly, first, a bit of a background. So, I'm a senior partner at McKinsey & Company. I, along with Paulo and a few others, a couple of years back, we've founded the practice, IoT practice, with one sole aim, that is to significantly improve the productivity and the economic impact that we would have with our clients. That was our sole purpose. Since that founding, We have done a ton of work with our colleagues in MGI. Jonathan is here in the audience. We put out a bunch of thought pieces on what IoT could do for the global economy, not only just for the private sector, also for the public sector as well. So with that foundation, we have done lots of work all around the globe, especially looking at ways in which IoT could massively improve productivity. Productivity not just for the private sector players, but also for the public sector players as well. So that's sort of the background of where we are. Now, we often ask in the forums like this, questions like, why IoT and what do you mean by IoT? For us, IoT really means a way to take physical things in the world. Physical things could be anything. It could be this mic here. It could be a camera there. It could be a car walking or driving by. And connecting that physical world with the digital world by collecting lots and lots of data. That's one part of IoT for us. A second part of IoT is taking that data and using that data by leveraging algorithms and other analytics to drive insights. That's the second aspect of what we do in IoT. Third aspect of what we do in IoT is and taking those insights and making better decisions, really driving different actions and better actions to drive productivity, to drive better economic impact for example, for our public sector, or our private sector clients we work with. So that's kind of how we think about IoT, broadly speaking. Now, the last thing I'd like to cover in my opening remarks is what are the kinds of things we, as public sector and private sector partnership, could do to drive better value through IoT? There are a few things that will come to mind. Some of these are from the scars that we have on our backs. We're trying to drive impact. And some of these are just the things that we've always thought should be addressed. So let me give you a couple of examples. The first and foremost, standards and interoperability of being able to share data across companies, share data between public domain and private domain. We made a ton of progress in different regions of the world. That still remains to be an area where more progress can be made. More progress can be made. And I think that's where forums like this and discussions like this could move the cause forward and then find ways in which we could make progress on that. The second area that we always get quite a bit of not so much scars on the back anxiety is we do a lot of work with our clients, both public sector and private sector. One thing we always find as a big challenge is talent, capability building and talent. It's always been in any revolution, right? In this part of the industrial revolution, talent, being able to foster, develop, and deploy talent has always been a very, very big part of how and where you could drive impact. So that's, again, at a forum like this, we should really think about, are we doing enough? Should we do more in terms of developing the talent that's required to drive impact through IoT, analytics, and all the other aspects of digital as well? And then last but not least, again, these three are the things that top of mind for us. These are not any particular priority order. The last but not least is the whole topic of privacy, cybersecurity. Again, these are, I'm sure you've all heard and seen in the last a few weeks about all the privacy debates we have in the U.S. But broadly speaking, privacy and cybersecurity are the areas in which they're also somewhat inhibiting the value that we could drive using IoT, analytics, and other aspects of what we do. So with that, thanks again for inviting us. We're looking forward to a great discussion.
Professor?
Yep, thank you, Patricia. And thank you, Dean and Ronaldo, for giving me the opportunity to come here. I'm here visiting for two reasons. First of all is obviously coming to this wonderful meeting. I'm currently the so-called International Relations Director of iCenter, which is so-called Innovation Center for Tsinghua University. That our primary goal is basically become the so-called school in a school, in a sense, become a learning center, allowing school to learn about how schools should learn. On the other hand, it's not just about how people learn, or individuals learn, but also how schools itself can learn across many, many departments. So based on that basic principle, we are physically, at least our president like to say, we are the largest so-called makerspace in the world. But obviously, there are always bigger ones. So regardless, this makerspace happens to be both focusing on the IoT, both on the, not only on the usage side, but also on the manufacturing side. So we literally host the so-called Digital Capability Center, also literally co-hosted with McKinsey, that being one of the first Asian-based teaching center for learning how to deploy IoT technology in manufacturing grounds. But obviously that grounds goes both physically in specific factories, also goes into very, very large scale supply chain in general. Now, specifically that as a teacher, as an educational institution, that our primary purpose is, as earlier speaker said, is not just about developing new technology, but most importantly, developing talents. And talents specifically having a thought framework or thinking framework that properly not only understand the future of technology, technology that doesn't exist today, but also have a global perspective. That's why we literally created a so-called international relationship director within this department. Usually most education department, within department-wise, they don't have this kind of function. So one function is actually going out around the world, inviting students to physically come to Tsinghua and work in our Digital Capability Center to try out very, very different things. So we literally, for anybody here who wants to physically make anything, we have connections to local manufacturers, as well as we have all kinds of manufacturing facilities from lathing, casting, iron, aluminum, and silver. So by the way, anyone who want to make jewelry, we can make it for you, for any shape. Of course, you have to provide your own material. Silver is cheap, so I'll personally provide it for you. So anyway, so the fun thing is actually about not only making things with technology, but also making things engage with the thought process that's seeing the future. And one of the reasons McKinsey like to work with us in Asia is not only because of the Tsinghua brand, but most importantly, we're also advising government in developing new policies. And also we're developing new policies regarding blockchain, trustworthy computing, so that we actually allow and try to encourage factories to start using modern trustworthy computing technologies such as blockchain to actually make the entire factory floor as a interactive trading floor for people who need resources to share and combine resources on a very dynamic level. So there are many, many new ideas that's currently coming out. I think I'll save it for the later. I'll talk about what the IoT plan might look like later. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor. Now I will ask you a couple of questions, and then later we can also open to the audience to ask some questions to you. So starting with you, Thiago, we heard from you about the success of your initial project. So when you came in, you said that you're implementing in 6 months what you're planning to implement in this year. So you have opportunity now to also focus on implementing the IoT plan. And my question to you is, given the success of your previous projects like digital strategy, like you did with the Management Council and the Comité Gestor, how the IoT plan can follow the same successful path? And just to follow up, like, which are the key enablers for that success to happen? So we heard Professor Benjamin to talk about, for example, the capability building, the talent. So I just wanted to hear from you, what are the challenges from your perspective?
It's a great question, Patricia. Yeah, I'm both National Secretary for Digital Policies and a member of the Internet Steering Committee. We are right now facing a main issue, a main challenge to create a national plan on IoT. Data flow, data localization, and privacy. It is the Bermuda Triangle of the future, because everything could get lost in there, in that discussion. We have we had a previous discussion on the federal government on data, but that discussion has taken place in the midst of the Snowden affair. So it was not in a good place, on my personal opinion, and we have now the opportunity to rediscuss that and trying to visualize the kind of country that we are aiming to build. And the thing is, I'm not going to repeat that data is the new oil, but I strongly believe that data is the new capital. Data is the IoT. I used to make is the riverbed, and I believe that connected device, the connected world, is the water, and we are just the fish. So we will be navigating in a world of connected device, not even knowing that we are doing that. So it's not just about smarter things. It's about smarter interactions. It's about having a better interaction with the world, a better interaction with other people. In order to achieve that, we have to ask ourselves the kind of interaction that we want to enable, and that is the main discussion right now in the federal government. Data privacy. What will be the regime of data privacy in Brazil? I personally advocate towards a free, self-regulation environment with free data flow, a cross-border data flow, and since the user, that's the owner of the content, the owner of the data, give their consent on the initial steps and not in every step of the process. It's a little different of the GDPR proposition. In order to have a more deep thought on it, Brazil and other 18 countries of Latin America and Caribbean have agreed to create a regional framework on data privacy. We have reached that agreement on Friday, and we are gonna meet in Santiago, Chile, by June to line out to outline the first guidelines to have a regional framework to data privacy. For us, it is very important because Brazil has a leading role, in technology in the region, in Latin America, and we want to keep that position. And but the discussions are taking place in two houses in Brazil. In the lower house, we have a more consumer-centric project. In the Senate, we have a more soft approach on data privacy. I can't say what are the directions that both of them will take. So in order to protect ourselves of that discussion, in the presidential decree of the creating the national plan on IoT, we are clearly stating that the machine-to-machine communication must have a different legal framework than the person-to-machine interactions. And why is that? If I keep always requiring that the user give their consents to every part of the step, I'm not sure if it's not condescending with our society, because they all read their terms before clicking on I agree. And I believe that we would be just creating automatic movement of just clicking I agree, I agree, I agree, I agree. By the end of it, everyone will have the Badu taskbar on their navigators because as we always did with the ask search bar, everyone who's installed Java and once in your lifetime has inadvertently installed the ask search bar because we just click agree, 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 and more clicks you require, more information you incentivize the user to skip. That's what happens because in the digital era, people want things done quickly. They want things now. So I'm trying to create this regulation and not requiring that every step of the process with another full consent, but the initial full consent should comprehend all the steps that the communication, the machine to communication should have. And this is just the challenge, the main challenge. After overcoming this, we are hoping to implement the National IoT Plan with a strong partnership with the civil society. You asked about the path of success, and we have created on the national decree the IoT chamber, and it will have the consulting board, the executive committee, and the management committee. And in all steps of this process of the governance, we will have the participation both of civil society companies, and we believe that's the best framework to keep things going. We have recently experience on that matter. In the national plan, we aim to create the observatory for the IoT environment in Brazil. And okay, it will cost money. The government has the money to do that, but that's what we want. We want the observatory with the governments because there's something with governments, and not only the Brazilian governments. When the baby gets a fever, they just break the thermometer. So the problem with the flow of information in governments many times is because when things don't look like as they want they do, they just hide information. In Brazil, we have protection for that because we have the law of access to information, but anyone could classify any data, or you could just hide under tons of clicks until people get the right information they want. So in order to prevent that, we are creating the observatory with the partnership of the private sector. So they are not just paying for this, they are maintaining the platform, and the government will only have access to it. We will have full access, we will input information, but we won't have any kind of managerial possibility to just shut it down. I believe that's the very path to success, Patricia, because it will keep us in a tight spot, always having to answer, because it's what governments should do. Governments should always answer to society all the time. So I believe that it will make us, you know, I couldn't say that in English, but in rédeas curtas. I don't know if anyone rides horses here. In a tight leash. Okay, Ronaldo is our guru. And as Paulo said, so government should be maintained on that because we cannot settle, and governments used to settle. They sometimes are happy just in do what they are required to do, but we cannot go further and install a dictatorship on data and information, and that's why we want the partnership of civil society and the private companies in the whole track of it.
Thank you so much, Thiago. And Venka, you talked about the importance of public-private partnerships, and also about the relevance of driving impact and the three focus of IoT for you: connect data, translate data into insights, and drive impact. I was wondering if you could share with us your views as you're traveling around the world. What are the good references that you could share of public-private partnerships? and the case examples that are driving the most impact and why they are doing so.
Yeah, so in the area of public and private partnerships, the way we would characterize that is it's really work in progress. And there are certain areas that I think there are partnerships that are evolving, and certain areas that I think the partnerships are perhaps in a very early stages, if you will. And maybe I'll pick one or two examples. The first example is in the broader area of smart cities. And Jonathan is here in the audience, and he knows a lot about this. And I happen to get a sneak peek at this especially in places like India, in some places like in the U.S. as well, where the governments or the municipalities are really trying to figure out a way either to improve connectivity for their citizens, or if they have a connectivity, use the data to strike partnerships with others within the communities to drive insights, and in the true spirit of trying to provide better services or better or improve productivity or drive some sort of value for citizens, broadly speaking. That's one. It's probably one good example, and I think, as I said, it's still work in progress, and I don't think we would say that there are really proven out examples out there from a smart city standpoint that are driving the ultimate value add, but there are some really good progress that's been made globally on that aspect. In terms of other areas, there are, I don't know if there are public-private policies, but there are interesting partnerships that are evolving. Of all the sectors that we work in within IoT, there is one sector that's actually, we would call it probably making more progress than the other sectors, because of the sheer necessity. That sector is the what we call, broadly speaking, a mining sector, if you will. So if you look at lots of our the work we do in our mining client base, there are a few things in our mining client base that they would need for improving safety. It's a very big deal in mining, and also to improving productivity in a very significant way. You could use sensors to instrument a lot of the equipment that goes into mines. Those sensors would require some sort of a local area network. In a lot of these mines, you may not have a good cell coverage, either because they're underground or because of other reasons. Just because of the sheer location, you may not get as much coverage for the connectivity. In those situations, we actually seen some either local public bodies or local and state or local municipalities and governments be very proactive about deploying a set of networks and making policies in a way that they're easy to deploy those local networks to drive connectivity that would ultimately drive value for the mining clients. That would be another good example of where we have seen some interesting interesting collaboration. Let me also touch on one more thing that is where we would like to see more collaboration is areas where for example, agriculture and smart farming, engineered farming, and there are lots of other things that that have huge potential in agriculture. There are a certain perhaps policy and somewhat also public-private aspects of how you do things together. If you are a large farmer in the U.S., you have several pieces of high capital intensive equipment that you own. Now the question becomes, once that equipment gets sold to you from one of the big equipment manufacturers, that equipment generates a lot of data. The big question is, who is going to own that data? Is that data owned by the OEMs, or is data owned by the farmer because the farmer already paid for the machine? There are lots of debates around, the past contract versus the future contracts, and where would government come out on this? And so there are a few things like that where perhaps, Patricia, to your question, we have not seen a lot of progress yet. We could see some progress. And similarly, in the broad area of, I mentioned this in my opening remarks, the broad area of standard setting is also an area that, we don't think we've quite seen the evolution yet. And I think that's another area that we would hopefully see a lot more evolution as we go forward.
Thanks a lot, Venka. Professor Benjamin, you have been leading a school, as you described, and also working a lot in advanced industries, which is one of the advanced manufacturing, which is one of the areas with the most impact of IoT. So I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit about why China is being so successful in working these two areas, being a reference in advanced manufacturing and also forming the talents for the future and for the present. And a follow-up question on that, if you could share a little bit your ideas on how we could hopefully work on a partnership between China and Brazil to form more talents in Brazil, because this is one of the main challenges that we discussed to really drive the most impact out of the IoT plan in Brazil.
Yes, I'm so glad to have a chance to answer this question. As an engineer, we rarely had any chance to talk about an international policy level. But in this case, I want to raise one important, in my opinion, theory that completely throw away the general perception that the economical success of the last, let's say, 30 years globally, the vast change came from any super smart government policy maneuver. It's actually, there's one specific thing happened in the late 80s. There was one person at MIT AI lab called Richard Stallman that basically single-handedly wrote millions of lines of code, enable the operating system originally owned by AT&T to be completely copyright-free, to be distributed across the world, allowing any factory to basically attain this super sophisticated operating system, allowing any number of activities and processes to interact and being machine-to-machine governed by some law. But this law is written by engineer. And this law enabled quick replication of manufacturing capabilities across the world, not just China, but also Vietnam, South America, Taiwan, Korea, et cetera, et cetera. Because of this quick replication of capability, that China and many other places were able to quickly replicate the production techniques and success of regularity across multiple layers of society, including organizing people. So effectively, the rule, the law, the code that regulates between human and human, machine and machine, machine and human, has actually been made free. And this regularity became very replicable already in the 1980s. And that's, I believe, that's primary reason for why we're seeing such a landslide shift. And based on that simple fact, the two previous speakers very beautifully articulated, first of all, on a microscopic level, we have to have machine understandable code to manage activities at different time scale, from nanoseconds to hours, even for years. Then later we talked about smart city, we talked about factories and mining sites. Those things are on a mesoscopic scale that we have different subsystems and sub-organizations to interact with each other on a certain level. However, in the field of data, not only on a microscopic, mesoscopic, but also on a macroscopic, meaning international level, the data will not stop at these boundaries. It will continue to go across the boundary. That's primarily the reason, I believe, why China is actually a phenomenon of globalization. I think that's part of the reason that we're here at this international conference, that why data, and specifically Internet of Things technology is so much relevant to public policy. Because now we are not only living with human sitting right next to us, we're literally living with data that is everywhere. And that power and that implication is so deep, that's much more than economical, much more than technological, but it is actually, in some ways, even we can talk about spiritual and consciousness. And that consciousness that goes across border, goes across a long period of time, and goes across very, very vast amount of spaces, that understanding is, I believe, that how the law that the policymakers we're talking about, and also the technologies that we're talking about, must be able to engage and understand. And therefore, that's why we need to have a new kind of school that basically consume and also basically digest this information so we can produce a very different way of talking about technology and also inserting policies that we can all live with.
Very good. I have I have another round of questions, but I just wanted to give an opportunity to the audience to see if we have any other questions here that you'd like to make. Any questions? No?
How the Chinese government engage in this process?
I think you should probably speak in the microphone because we have streaming.
Okay.
So
José Gontijo from Brazil government. How the Chinese government engage in this process? How they are planning, or they are let it be driven by the private sector? How it's
Yes. I think it's famous that the Chinese government in general has this thing called 5-year policy plan. All plans are submitted on a 5-year cycle. So we, including professors in universities, we basically live, roughly speaking, on this cycle. So then every 5 years, we'll basically, in the previous 2 years, we'll gather together in various forums similar to this, that will be talking to each other, talking about what will we set up for the next 5 years' big goal. And then we'll be writing up this thing, and then every 5 years, the central government will basically set up a huge set of proposal selection and granting process, and then the whole the whole industry, as long as the academics, goes along with this kind of cycle planning. Obviously, this is not new in China. As you can imagine, this came from the original Soviet Union kind of a central planning cycle, and it's still being done today. So that's on the highest level, that's the case. But I actually did prepare a set of slides, but basically specifically talking about this in the sense that not only planning in 5-year cycle is relevant, but also things, especially new technology that's popped up from everywhere, from the grassroots, also has huge infusion. So then, in that case, the key opportunity for Chinese government to adopt or also allow them to happen, including the most obvious situation with blockchain and Bitcoin activities recently popped up, that there are so many layers of communication going on at different levels. So put it simply, I actually constantly make fun of myself and the Chinese people in general. I say the Chinese people is no more a kind of 1.6, 1.5 billion people kind of population. It's actually one entity connected by this thing called WeChat. So we are actually WeChapians, right? So we're just kind of distributed life form that can actually cover a very large space. So effectively, by WeChatting each other, that we are talking to each other on a very, very frequent level. Obviously, information in that could be fake news, let's say. But you have so many people using it at such a high frequency, it's likely to be filtered out. But obviously, in this short cycle, we cannot talk about planning purely using WeChat, but WeChat definitely has very powerful communication and information filtering powers.
Any other questions? Dee?
Well, thank you very much for this wonderful start. I'm very pleased that Diego is a CIPA graduate and playing this leadership role around the digital economy in Brazil. And I thank everyone for making the long journey. You alluded sort of by implication to some preferences that you were going to embed in the policy framework. free flow of data, for example, respect for privacy and security, but perhaps mindful of where regulation or approaches could go to inhibit innovation. That was sort of the implication of some of your remarks. And Venkat, you alluded to the fact that one of the things you focus on is standard, thinking about what are the standards. So I wonder if Venkat could take us a little further into that standard discussion of sort of what are the benchmarks that you think in the design of systems you have to be careful of if you want to be mindful of security, but you don't, and privacy, but you don't want to inhibit innovation.
Yeah.
And, actually, it was a great question because it allows me to recover what both Venkat and Professor Benjamin said in other points. First, what Professor Benjamin Coe said, we are a life form in all that space, but there's an interesting thing. Our hardware hasn't changed for 1,000 years. What changed was our software. In the last 300 years, we applied the software of the scientific method. And we started to use data to analyze data. And with the same hardware, we now live, we have a double of our lifespan. We have doubled our lifespan using the same hardware, but just changing the software, changing the data that we analyze. And I believe that it's taking place with economies. So when I try to advocate towards a free flow of data, it's because I don't even know what kind of business models will be built upon the use of data. If I known, I would be at the Silicon Valley, not in the federal government. And the very concept of regulation is opposite to the concept of innovation. Regulation in Brazil, we are not a common law country. Regulation in Brazil, it's a product of what society is doing for a while. And the legislators think, hey, that's a good rule for everyone to follow, so let's written it down, and it's going to be a rule. And innovation is the opposite of it. The innovator sees what society is doing for a long time and thinks, hey, I should change that. I have ways to make it better, to make it more efficient. So the very concept of a regulation is opposed to the concept of innovation. So that's why I'm always advocate for a soft touch on regulation, because you just cannot regulate innovation. And just to recover something that Venkat said, he asked, who owns the data? And what if, and it's just a big if, but it's something that I thought, and I've been thinking since the last week, but what if we don't have to own data, or I don't own, you don't know. We share data, and we use that data to, I don't know, we are now discussing cryptocurrency. Maybe in the future we all use cryptocurrency, but we can use other things. And what if data becomes low-income people currency? Because today, poor people, low-income people have access to Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, search engines as Google or Bing or Yahoo, and they pay with their data. So what if in the future, poor people could have more access to knowledge, more access to physical goods, paying with their data? So if I try to regulate now, not knowing what lies ahead, I could be blocking technology becoming part of a huge part of the Brazilian population, of the whole world population. So that's why I'm always trying to advocate towards a free flow of data, including cross borders, given the initial consent, not requiring any data localization, because I believe that cybersecurity is an issue in the whole world, and data localization will not keep you safer. And we know that Germany is a leading country on cybersecurity, and they have been hacked. Just Brazil have been by the PRISM program of the NSA. So I'm trying to vocalize what I believe, that self-regulation could be a way, but if not self-regulation, at least co-regulation, because it's a very concern of mine, because this is a five-step concern in Brazil regarding the creation of a public authority. In the day one, oh, okay, let's now create the data protection agency, the data protection authority. Day two, someone will remember, oh, now we have to fund that authority. So now we will create the data flow taxes to fund the data protection agency. And then it comes the day, because it's an indirect administration agency, so it should be linked to a direct administration body. If it will be linked to the institutional security cabinet, everything will be about national security. If it's linked to the Ministry of Justice, everything will be about consumer relations. If it's linked to the Ministry of Development, Industry and Commerce, everything will be about business. So we won't have a more horizontal approach. And therefore, is the hell, the political appointments to the data protection agency. And what if someone with an authority bias wins the election that will take place in Brazil this year? And he decides to appoint, I'm not sure, military officials to take care of the data protection. So we have, and in the fifth day, maybe someone could think, okay, it wasn't a good idea creating that. So what I'm proposing right now with the federal government and with the legislative bodies is a place of co-regulation, a place with the presence of civil society, of companies, major companies, and government, to trying to understand, to decode all the risks that we will have on data usage. And part of the government is now convinced, and the Marcelo Guaranis, that is the under, what would be the Casa Civil of the Estados Unidos?
Chief of Staff.
That would be the Deputy Chief of Staff of the presidency, has agreed with me and has publicly declared that he believes that that would be the solution, and the locus to that discussion would be the interministerial panel, interministerial committee that we created on the National Strategy for Digital Transformation. So that's we are trying to do. It requires a lot more conversation. It requires to run, to keep ourselves protected of the GDPR advocating agents, because they are just as annoying as I am, and trying to sell their agenda. And I'm trying to shield that discussion to create an environment, a jabuticaba, a very Brazilian legal framework on data protection and data flow regulation.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Thiago.
Yeah. On the question on standards, let me perhaps paint a picture on two different ways. One, let me define the problem, and then perhaps we'll give you at least our emerging view on how this problem could get solved. So the problem with standards right now, as we speak, is speaking from our own experience in the past few years. When we go and work with any of the private sector clients, we spend enormous amount of time just to get the data and clean the data and then find a way to use the data with all the algorithms to generate insights. There's huge amount of time. And there are a lot of startups and some established companies trying to solve this data problem. Why is it that we're spending so much time in collecting data? It's because there is no one standard way in which the data first gets generated, and then there is no one standard way that the data actually gets curated and cleaned up and used. Now, so we often joke by comparing this with circa maybe 1970s in the beginning of the personal computer, or back then maybe even pre-personal computer era, where all kinds of standards. We had at some count 23 or 38, depending on how you count, different operating systems out there that kind of they were trying to promote their own way of doing computing, either mini computer-based or personal computer-based computing. We're sort of in the same space in IoT. We have so many different ways we can generate data and collect data and use that data. Now, that's the problem we have. The problem is getting at least solved by companies trying to find a way to define abstract layers to collect all the data, and then put them into data lakes and things like that. And several of the established companies and startups are trying to solve that problem as well. That's the problem. Now, going forward, we do see some interesting evolution where we may not get to see one or two broad standards that like we have seen in the personal computing space, or in the, for example, mobile phone space. Even mobile phones back in late 80s and in the early 90s, we had proliferation of lots of different ways, the phones were getting manufactured and used. Now it predominantly, two systems out there. The way we see the standards battle evolve is that we probably won't see globally one or two systems that would have one or two standards that would prevail, but we do see by sector. For example, you take healthcare. The needs of healthcare in terms of data generation, data collection, and data dissemination could be quite different from my previous example of mining. So we do see either a sector by sector or a subsector by subsector, some level of evolution of standards that would happen. And this is where I think we're probably in the pre-game stage. We're not even in the first inning, to use the baseball metaphor. And we think we're pre-game stage, and we do think that there's a lot more work to be done. And this is an area that there could be some public-private sector partnerships, and if the partnerships could be sector by sector. There could be some interesting partnerships in the healthcare area. Could be interesting partnerships in some of the subsectors of the broader industrial sector. That's kind of how we see this evolve from a standard standpoint. A lot more to be done on both sides, and we're actually quite hopeful that with some innovation from the private sector, with some proactive policies from the public sector, we can go a long way.
Great. Yes, this is a wonderfully interesting question. That can we have one common or converging or dominant data standards? And history tells us in the late 60s, the internet protocol slowly over time took over, become the dominant data protocol, allowing all data to be somehow carried over wire and now wireless. And then in 1995, Tim Berners-Lee created this thing called World Wide Web. In the early 2000s, I had a chance to hear him directly saying that. Michael Tertuso of MIT said to him, he said, Tim, if you were able to get everything onto the HTML kind of single protocol, single data encoding page, that would be the biggest thing in history of mankind. Roughly speaking, in 1995, that's roughly happened right now. And over the last 20 years, the whole world moved over so-called internet age. Actually, obviously, it's late by 30 years because internet was IP, then World Wide Web. But now, the last 10 years, or the last 2-3 years, there was another wave coming up, which is called the blockchain data standards. If we universally has one common global digital clock called by 10 minutes resolution, block by block, that everything can be somehow cryptographically encoded with one hash code, and allowing all data to use this as a reference code and use cryptography to check whether this data is generated at a certain time, that literally is a standard data format. And this format obviously was not run by any specific one organization. And specifically, as of we know, Bitcoin or so-called blockchain community, when it comes to any so-called standardization, there were all kinds of fights. Maybe we should have them all come to SIPA to talk about international standards. And then by having some kind of international standards, or specifically in the data world, there cannot be any non-international standards. There is no data format that's currently on the internet that could be localized. I think at least it will be difficult. So in that case, I think that's again where interdisciplinarity comes in very powerfully. I think engineers are not trained to take meetings or to run meetings. And also we are not trained to be policymakers. But on the other hand, we have policymakers and business leaders here. I think that's probably the best opportunity for us to really make IoT or data format becoming a discipline of we can quickly reach some kind of consensus on how to build better common and dominant data formats.
Thanks a lot, Professor. I will take just more, let's take the two questions and then take the opportunity for the final remarks. So the two questions and the final remarks.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you, Dean Jano and Ronaldo. And it's a great event, and I feel particularly blessed to be here. I worked for the last 6 years in the Brazilian Foreign Service here in New York as an educational aide, and I'm working indirectly through Tsinghua University through the Schwarzman Scholars Program. So, and I guess this is the first warm Monday morning in many months. So it seems like a dream. I have two questions, and probably I'll retouch some of the things that you said. The first probably to Thiago, and both are related to education. The first one is how do we educate governments, and more specifically, I wanted you to talk a little bit about the last 4 years specifically, since the very exciting moment of the Marco Civil da Internet, and how has it been with everything that is going on in Brazil? How has it been to communicate, and not only from a point of view of negotiating with government and negotiating with this new government that is there, particularly in this year? You mentioned a little bit about the perspective of changing the heads of ministry starting in the end of this year. But more than in terms of negotiation in the policy sector, but how do you educate governments on topics that are quite not known for most government officials, right? When we talk about productivity, efficiency in government, these are beautiful things, but government officials are not necessarily worried about that in their priority. And the second question, more perhaps to Venka and Benjamin, is it's a very broad question, but how do we develop talent? Or how do we think about youth and education? And I wanted you to talk about one partner, perhaps Venka, talking about partnerships between governments or even McKinsey and universities. And if you, Benjamin, could extend a little bit about any pedagogical reform, right? How not only are we thinking about forming the engineers to be more of politicians and be more prepared, but how do we form students coming out of Tsinghua on having both the technical skills but also the political skills to be leaders and entrepreneurs of necessary changes in those fields? Well, thank you.
Thank you. Let me just take the second question.
No, answer this first, because I want to go in a different direction.
Okay, so because we need to close this panel, and we will have, so let me suggest the following, because Thiago needs to leave, he has another panel, and we need to close this one. Okay. Okay.
If I may, I'd like to play devil's advocate a little bit.
Feel free to do that.
And the reason is that I understand the value for governments and private industry. My concern on the security issue, and that goes back to the new legal framework that you're talking about, is how to protect the public in this huge transformation that is occurring. You talk about a new legal standard. In effect, we use the old legal standard when Thiago talked about agreement. People who get on this have to agree. The agreements are made by groups of lawyers who understand the intricacies of the existing legal system. And it's not because people don't have
patients. It's that because they cannot possibly understand these legal documents. Who is going to protect them from getting to the point that we all know they agree to get on, and then you ask the question, who owns the data? Who owns what they agree to? And this question of ownership makes me think back in terms of the Industrial Revolution. Before we decided who owned what, a small group of people owned all of the factories and left the people sitting looking for jobs. This created this great inequality that we have. How do we reach a point now of including the best interests of the people when in effect we have governments, Brazil, China, the United States, most of the world, who focus on the interests of business primarily? We have no representation of the people, and I'm sitting here as an anthropologist who works with people who are mostly poor and say, how do you protect them? I mean, I can go on. One example in Brazil is this, you talk about cryptocurrency, the people of the Palmas favela in Ceará invented a currency to enable them to function, and it is being taken over by a bunch of statisticians and mathematicians and using it as the basis for what we know of much about financialization as a gambling device. How do we get to protect the people is a question I'd like to leave here. I know you're not going to answer this, but I hope we can carry this over for later on.
No, if you
That's
put a
a
question
great-
mark on it, I'm going to answer. Yeah.
Yeah. That, but just a suggestion here, because Thiago needs to go to another panel. He's going to come back after that. And we have this event going up until 4:30. So these questions were very important, very big. I don't expect that our panel speakers here close and answer all of them now, but my suggestion is that we take those questions to the other panels as well, because we can keep on having those discussions with the other speakers too. Okay, so it's an invitation for us to stay until the end of the event and take the opportunity in the breaks to keep on going on these discussions, because it's impossible for us to answer those questions now in 2 minutes in the final remarks.
I can do it.
Okay, so Thiago is going to try.
Challenge accepted.
Okay, so go there. You answer and then you go, because I'm concerned because of your other
Yeah, I know. I'm in
event.
the Yale Patricia Silva in other events, so that's why she's so worried about my tight schedule. Okay, there's no socialism data haven. There is not. The internet's a public good, but platforms are not. Platforms are built to make money. They require money to be built, and they are built to make money. So poor people have access to that, not using money, using their data. So those platforms, and I think I have a different deal, are the most democratic ways, the most democratic access to knowledge ever built. In my time of student, I've never had the money, even to study English, I've never had the money to buy a Barça encyclopedia or Mirante encyclopedia, and today you have Barça in your hands. Actually, today, you produce your own Barça with the Wikipedia. So it's a wonderful time we live in, and it's a wonderful time that people could make money without requiring our money to do that. But the answer to security, to how to protect these people, is the same answer to the first question, education. It may sound that I've given up, but I didn't. You do not educate government. You educate society, and society elects government. Governments that will do what society thinks is the best for them. So you have to educate society, both digitally, so they could use the platforms and have a responsible usage of
the data they share, and you educate society so they could elect governments most likely to create digital transformations or to democratize the internet access or the access to platforms. And one example of that, Chile, on the presidential run, has one debate only on digital transformation. It was not the topic of the debate. The whole debate was only about digital transformation. So when you educate society, society could elect governments and could make a better, create an environment of confidence trust and confidence in the digital environment, so they could thrive towards a more digital economy, a more digital society. And I will save the big announcements to the closing remarks on Aldo. Thank you all.
Thank you, Thiago. Thank you. Now stay curious until the end. Venka, if you can. As I said, we don't expect that you answer all those questions, but just, in your final remarks, consider some of the questions that were made, and we will have the rest of the day to address them. He'll be back. He'll be back. Yeah.
So I'll make my closing remarks quite brief. I think the last couple of questions around education, developing talent, to us that is a big unlock. The countries and the societies that figure out a way to develop talent. There are lots of history. Oftentimes, Germany is quoted as a country that figured out the vocational programs that really helped boost the economy. I'm not an expert in that area, but I always use that example because that's an example that's easy to comprehend. There are models like that that we do believe that would need to be adopted broadly across different geographies and different countries, with the sole purpose of retraining, reskilling in areas where there would be huge demand. You could pick your own favorite area. The whole evolution of the next industrial revolution would create in areas where you will have massive amounts of shortage of talent. And I think that's an area, again, going back to our earlier remarks, that's an area where public and private partnership could go a long way. And rethinking about your curriculums, rethinking about subject areas, rethinking about what would drive productivity in the broader economy, leveraging all the things we talked about this morning. I think that's a huge opportunity, and that huge, we urge all of us to think about how we could partner to drive a meaningful difference in that area.
Thank you, Venka. Professor Benjamin?
Yep. So I'll focus on the issue of pedagogy. Specifically at Tsinghua, in the last almost 10 years, I've developed this pedagogy I call extreme learning process instead of extreme educating or extreme teaching process, because the whole point is that we are at the point that so many things are moving so fast that we need a way to learn faster. But learn faster not meaning that we learn the same subject with shorter time. We are faster in terms of constantly knowing that we need to learn and constantly need to know we need to adjust and change. But it's specifically not only about human individual idea and knowledge to be changed, but also the organization structure and also the way we communicate must change. Therefore, we try to build schools in the sense that we try to miniaturize everything. So the whole point of Internet of Things or simulation, computer simulation, or so-called mathematics is to compress as much resources abstractly as possible so we can see the consequences before it happens. And the possibility in your head may come out to be bad or good consequences. Then you have free will to choose. So this process of thinking at this speed and with the capability of Internet of Things, that we will be able to learn so much faster than any of our previous generations. And we'll be able to see through possibility in so many different directions than any of our prior ancestors has been able to do. So that is going to change the way we actually engage and also conduct our existing curriculum, we need to teach in different kind of sciences, different kind of statistics, extreme statistics like later Professor Daxgupta will be talking about. So we need to totally branch out to different areas of fundamental sciences that are actually both easy for people to do and teach at an early age and also at continuously at all ages. So how can we literally have 3D printers in SIPA, for example, so you can make any of the internationalized gadgets that's both technologically advanced and also internet enabled. So roles and capabilities in schools will change, and that's roughly what I call extreme learning process. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor. I would like to thank you all for being here today and opening this event with us. I just would like to highlight that in this first session, we started talking about Internet of Things, we talked about government role, we talked about the collaboration between public and private sector, but we ended up talking about how we will prepare the people to this new world that's forming, and we also talked about ethics, about principles, about values, and the society that we want to create and build. I need to share that in most of the panels that I've been going to talk about Internet of Things, it's very common that we end talking about values. It's very common that we end up talking about these critical questions about how inequality will shape up with this new world. I was in Davos last year, and there wasn't a single session in which we didn't discuss that. Everybody's talking about universal basic income. We are talking about how the people will have to be upskilled. So this is an important discussion, and these two things, they go together. So it's an important moment for us to create more value to the society, to drive more impact, to be more productive, but also to question our values and the society that we want to build. I know it's not an easy question to answer, and I said this would stay unanswered here, but it's a good provocation for us to go throughout the next discussions, covering all the topics that somehow were touched here now. So thanks, everyone, again, and I would like to invite us to applaud our speakers here. Do we have a break now or not? Are we going? No break, okay. Okay, good. Because there was a 10 minutes, so that's why I didn't know. So no break.
Você quer ir para lá?
It's amazing. Yeah, that's all great. Yeah. It was nice. Yeah. I'm glad we got it on stream because I think this is a very valuable discussion. So.
Não, não necessito. Não necessito nada. So please, let's reconvene. So Good morning to all. First of all, I would like also to thank Columbia University, CIPA, Dean Merit, Ronaldo, to inviting us to being here. It's really a pleasure, in particular in this panel, where we will share with you what has been done in Brazil, and perhaps mostly important, what's the intention going forward to really make happen the plan that we have here put together. I'm Paulo Fernandes. I am a senior partner with McKinsey. I joined originally in Europe, but I live in Brazil for the last 12 years. As I'm a very senior partner, I work across sectors, industry, banking, a lot of telecom and high-tech. And how did I came to this? There was this public call by the BNDES about doing a comprehensive IoT project for Brazil. And so I saw the ambition, not only in terms of bridging the productivity gap in Brazil, but also on other very important aspects like the talent development or coping with a lot of problems of the population, like the crime in our cities or the epidemics that we have in Brazil or traffic jams. So this was not only about economics, it was about a fundamental improvement of the conditions of life in Brazil. So we went to this. There was a competition against 27 consortia. We assembled, I believe, a great one, 29, CPQD, Ronaldo Lemos and Pinheiro Neto, and I think this was a fantastic program, so we are very happy. We'll concentrate now on discussing Brazil. I will invite the colleagues. José Gontijo is with a bit of allergy, but I will present him. He has been there in the Ministry of Science, Technology and Digital Innovation for many years, and in this particular program he has been in the leadership from the beginning. He has been playing a leading role not only in IoT, but also in other leading-edge fronts like 5G, microelectronics, pushing forward laws like the ICT law, pushing forward R&D investment. So it's someone that has dedicated the last 16 years of his life to try to use technology and digital on behalf of the Brazilian population. Gontijo, please join me. Then Ricardo Rivera. Ricardo Rivera is an official of BNDES, the National Development Bank. I would say we mentioned that Ronaldo is the guru, and I say that he has been the father of the... Then they ask me who was the mother, but he has been the father, perhaps Patricia, no? But he has been the father of this program. He has been there from the beginning, leading it. It was very complicated. In the beginning, this was promoted by the National Development Bank, but then he was able to articulate with the government so that the government ended up becoming the client, and this is very complex to achieve in Brazil. I have seen other programs in Brazil where also with very deep reach and ambition, but because of politics, nothing would move and would go to a drawer. It was not the case this time, so I think, Rivera, we have to praise you for all that you have done. Ronaldo Lemos, he has been presented. Please join us. So we are just happy to have him. You know him, professor here in Columbia, but in McKinsey we are not experts in legal, I would say, so we need lawyers, and Ronaldo, as the former development of Marco Civil of Internet in Brazil, we invited Pinheiro Neto, Ronaldo, all the fantastic cabinet of lawyers to think about these regulatory implications. And finally, Patricia. Patricia, so she's a star. We lost her. She's an ex-partner of McKinsey. We just lost her 3 months ago. She's now the CEO of Optus, United Healthcare in Brazil. But she has been co-leading with me this project until the end of the year. So she started on that side of the table. Now she's on the private side of the table, so I believe she can also bring us a lot of perspectives. She's, together with Ronaldo, co-founder of Agora political movement, in Brazil. It's a relevant movement because they try to break with the status quo of problems that we know exist in Brazil and all across Latin America. So this is the panel. But before starting with the questions, I would just like to describe very briefly the highlights of this project. We believe it's a quite unique project. We know that China is very advanced. In fact, I'm coming from Shanghai this week, where I have been discussing with Tencent, Alibaba, many leading companies, and understand. So with the exception of China, there are not many countries in the world that have a so comprehensive IoT program like this one that we are mentioning. It's a program really with a deep ambition. And so I think it's it's comprehensive, deep ambition. We have to recognize that. I think that many other countries should do it because IoT is a huge disruption that will completely change the way we work, and with the deep implications, not only economical or technical, as you may see, but human. And it's true that this can contribute to more asymmetry in terms of power and influence in society, and even unemployment, so on and so forth. So it's a really complex problem. And this project did not answer all of these questions, but it established a plan and a timeline to discuss and resolve those questions in Brazil. This has been a one-year development, and I think we have put top talent around it from the ministry, from the technical team of the bank, and the consortia, I would say McKinsey, Ronaldo and his team of lawyers, and also CPQD, leading R&D institution in Brazil. Another aspect of this project that was really distinctive was the governance. We established a very robust governance within the government. This was the government that allowed us. So we were reporting indeed to the National IoT Chamber that reported to the Minister of Technology and Science, but almost all the ministries in Brazil were there. The Senate, we had their Senate representatives, deputies, representatives, commercial association representatives. So it was really broad, rich, and allowed us not only to develop a very good product, but also to syndicate what was going on. It had broad national participation. So this was not only about the technical work. We made a huge effort. There was a public consultation done in Brazil where we had more than 2,200 contributions, and some of them were very substantial. We had more than 400 specialists from Brazil and from abroad participating in this work. And through a portal that we created, that we named as IoT Bytes, we had more than 5,000 contributions also. And in the end, there are 30 reports published. They are incredibly deep. They are in the site of the BNDES, so all of this information can be consulted. This was created with a bold aspiration to really promote development, broad census in Brazil. Of course, economic development, because in Brazil we have a huge productivity gap, also an innovation deficit, so it's productivity and innovation, but it's also a lot about better quality of life in cities and eliminating waste. Not to speak, also try to reinforce the economic chains in Brazil, the IoT industry in the areas that were classified as prioritary. In the end, we elected 4 verticals as strategic priorities for Brazil. That's to where the government and the BNDES are channeling huge funds now and all of their support. Those are healthcare, rural environment, smart cities, and industry. So these are, and then we investigated very deeply in these 4. And to get there, we also studied the main enablers, and the main enablers that we addressed are talent, as we already started discussion, connectivity and interoperability as key enablers of IoT technology, regulation about privacy, cybersecurity, but also specific industrial regulation in the environments. This is not only about telecom. This is, for instance, in connected cars, the regulation to have the cars being driven in the road. So there is also specific by vertical regulation. And creation of ecosystems, innovation ecosystems for these areas. What are these ecosystems? Is to be able to connect and direct the efforts of the university towards the priority of the country or priorities of the key companies there, or the cities. And so the idea would join these actors together so that they talk, they bring the government, the regulators to really channel all the positive energy and the resources to the problems that are more helpful. So this was also a priority that we are taking forward. In the end, the plan will result in a national law, is now in the cabinet of the president of Brazil, hopefully to be signed. Tiago is very agile, so we hope that he will be able really to create the law. And so it's already in implementation. We are starting, and the challenge in the end is not to stay just with a beautiful plan, exhaustive plan, but making things happen, a bit like in China, where we see tremendous energy of things happening. So this is an introduction. I think it was a very serious effort, a lot of entities investing, and now we are in the critical moment to make it happen. And so I will now start with a round of questions. I will start with Gontijo. The government participated in this study. McKinsey doesn't do public policy, but together with the consortium promotes and provides a lot of facts and data that allow governments to make decisions. So my question to you is, what is the importance that you see in a study like this one in terms of developing specific digital regulation for Brazil, but perhaps more broadly policy regarding the economic development of the country? And then the critical question is, how will government support implementation? There is a plan, 2018-2022. What will you be doing to help materialize these ambitious goals?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure. Thank you, Dan. When we start our project, it was in 2013. We put in force a law to reduce the national telecommunication regulator for machine-to-machine type communication. At that time, the law opened the possibility to create a chamber to deal with IoT. And then in 2014, we established the IoT chamber, as Paulo mentioned. It was today we have more than 70 representatives that represents more than 2,500 companies, have also R&D institutes and more than 10 ministries. So it's a very complex arrangement. And how to educate the government, as you mentioned, first of all, humility. We, as the coordinator, we have to keep the space of each ministry. You have to keep the desire to appear that this is the truth of each stakeholder. And then at that moment, we put everyone together. We subdivide the chamber in subgroups to working. We discuss a lot. We made small public consultants. And then when we were preparing to establish something, we talked with BNDES. BNDES had a budget to hire a study. And then we joined forces. We worked together in the telecommunication R&D projects in the past. And then when it happens, we so-called an army, McKinsey, Pereira Neto, and CPQD, to help us to build in a professional way, to build the policy. Usually, not only in Brazil, when some policy guy want to build some action, he do like that. I guess this is the direction, and they go. At that moment, we go one step behind, work very hard together. It was a very intensive year. And now we have a very robust study that is providing us all the subsidies
to put in force the national IoT plan. So this is very objective. No one can tell that the government didn't talk to some stakeholder. We talked to everyone, thousands of people. And we are up to launch it. Of course, this is the launch is only the first beginning, because there are many actions, many initiatives that will keep working for many years.
About
so
80.
Yeah. So from now is the moment that the government have to put his Thor hammer in the table and talk with the stakeholders. Okay, let's do this together. This is what we are doing, and the importance of the study is when someone try to question it. Oh, why you are doing this? This is not the right path. No, I have this study. When it printed something like this size, this is why we are doing this. This is the importance for us.
Perfect. Thank you. Rivera, I think we could not praise more the role of the BNDES in developing this. You have been there from the first moment, conceiving the project, and then in its elaboration, and subsequently even trying to make it to reality with pilots, so on and so forth. So my first question to you is, what could be, in your vision, a role like the BNDES? What do you think it's the true vocation of BNDES to promote projects of this nature? Okay, so that's my first question. And how you see the continuing evolving role of you making this into a reality?
Thank you very much, Paulo. Thank you, Dean and Ronaldo, for inviting me to share a little bit of the perspective of the bank on sponsoring this study. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here representing the Brazilian Development Bank. First, let me just introduce a little bit of the bank. What is the bank? Actually, the bank was founded during the 50s, and we are a 100% state-owned bank. Now, last year we have disbursed around $25 billion to the private sector, mainly, and also to the government as well, but most of our disbursement is to the private sector. So the history of BNDES is a little bit mixed with the history of the development of Brazil. So during the 50s, we were responsible for developing the basic input industry. During the 60s, the automotive industry. During the 70s, the energy crisis and the biofuel. In Brazil, we have this more than just providing equity and debt for companies developing the private sector in Brazil. We are also called by the government to help designing and implementing public policies in those times. So during the 90s, I remember the telecom industry privatization, which McKinsey also helps us, has helped us. And more recently, the airport privatization system and the oil and gas exploitation framework, regulatory framework, was also a study sponsored by the BNDES. How do we do that? We save part of our profits in order to sponsor those studies, and we do it always hand in hand with the government. So this is pretty much how we work. We were born in a very industrialized industry and infrastructure perspective. Our DNA is very connected to the industry and infrastructure. Like 15 to 20 years ago, we understood that innovation was a key paramount for the country. So we joined forces with FINEP. That's Rodrigo is working for FINEP, the Agency of Innovation, in order to foster innovation in Brazil. And like 4 to 5 years ago, we understood that digital revolution was coming in a very strong path. And as we financed the whole ecosystem in Brazil, the whole industry in Brazil, we saw that the companies were not well prepared and was not even discussing the matter of digital revolution. So we understood we had to do something, but we didn't know what exactly. At this time, we met with the ministry, and they were building the chamber of IoT, and we understood that IoT could be a good mission for us to make the country move. But since the very beginning, we understood that IoT was not about the bundle of technology. We understood that technology would evolve. We peak of the hype cycle in IoT, and I believe it's still there. We don't know where it's going to be, but we understood that IoT as a concept, as Mr. Venkat has said in the previous presentation, as a concept of getting value from the data of the real world, of the analogic world. What can we do in order to gather information, transmit it, generate value, and then come back to decision making or real actuation? So this was the basic, and the concept that we had along with the ministry was we actually it's. Obviously, we want to solve the horizontal problem, horizontal issue, the privacy, the interoperability, the security, all the human resources, innovation ecosystem. We want to do that, but we understood that in the government, we need the articulation between the agencies in the government are not so easy in Brazil. So we need to have a more mission-oriented approach in order to join efforts without combining the bureaucracy between the agencies. So. And to do that, we understood that we need to have a country's choice. It could not be the BNDES choice, could not be the ministry choice, could not be the McKinsey choice or Ronaldo's choice of what areas should we benefit the most from IoT. What areas could we foster the economic, the social, the environmental development in Brazil, but also bring the innovation ecosystem in Brazil? What are the areas that we could do this in this very sense? So we need to have this country's choice. That's why the methodology talked. We reached more than 2,000 people in this process, and that's why we create this governance between many different agents, so they can feel that they were building up together this plan with us. So this, I think, this was the main key role of BNDES. And with the ministry, and just a very important characteristic of BNDES, we are our capital, human capital, is stable. So we stay there for a long period, specialized in sectors. So the countries, the government, recognize that in us, and we can manage to both accumulate knowledge on a sector and also articulate different agencies in the government. So that's why we have engaged in this IoT plan, and then I'll talk about later what can we do as an implementer of the public policy.
Yes, that we will follow up on that question. Ronaldo, I think it's unavoidable. We'll touch cybersecurity, privacy of data, as already has been asked. Let me just share with you guys, I've been in Shanghai last week. One of the companies I have visited, I've been with the CFO of Lufax. It's a fintech. I think it's the largest fintech in China. And I was in the control center. One of the parameters that they were measuring were cyber attacks in the day from midnight. And I was there at about noon. The number of trials of cyber attack until noon was about 1,000. It was impressive. And they came from all around the world, including Brazil. Mm-hmm. They were coping with it, but it's amazing.
I promise not Ronaldo.
Yes. We never know. But, but they were coming from, but I was impressed, and it's a huge problem because some of these. So, yes. Ronaldo, I would like you to elaborate on this, in particular in Brazil, in the context of this program and of the government. What are the gaps that we have, and what are also perhaps some good things that have already been done?
Okay, I have a 5-minute presentation to do it in a more organized way. So. Well, being a lawyer, I'm afraid I have to speak about law and regulation a little bit. So just to give you a sense of how we organized the chapter about regulation in this study. I think like the overall context for the study has been provided already, but I would like to emphasize the 4 areas that are priorities for the study. So we cannot foster everything, but we can certainly provide implementation in the rural sector. It's a field in which Brazil is already competitive. So I think we can actually become even more competitive by adding a technology layer. Manufacturing, healthcare, and smart cities. So these are the elections that were made in this particular plan. Paulo has mentioned already about this multi-stakeholder approach. I'm a big fan of multi-stakeholder processes. That's what we did when I was involved in building Brazil's internet rights law that was passed in 2014. Sometimes it takes a long time. It took, in that case, 7 years to be articulated as a law. But the payoff is actually very high because you get a sophisticated law, and the Brazilian law protects net neutrality and protects safe harbors for online content and more. And even now, like after 4 years, which is a long time, the Brazilian law is pretty much cutting edge because of the effort that was built into that from the multi-stakeholder perspective. The other important thing to mention is that the study is going to be published in terms of laws and regulations. The expectation is that it's going to happen by the end of this month. So the study in itself was a 1.5 year work, and it summits in the publication of norms by the presidency. And I believe like any time from now until the end of the month, we might have those norms implemented. And of course, then there is the challenge of implementation and the funding, but I'm going to let Tiago talk about that in his concluding remarks. So for the legal perspective, that's the challenge of this study. It's actually, we took a very simple and straightforward approach, which was to identify regulation that was actually bad for the development of IoT, then to identify regulation that could be amended to basically promote IoT better, and identify in a minority effort what should be the new regulatory spaces that should be implemented in Brazil. So basically, our approach was first and mostly let's get rid of what is basically harming the development of IoT, and if we necessary be, what are the new spaces for regulation. So it's more than that, but roughly we basically focused on 3 main areas: telecommunications, the question of data that we've been talking here so far, and also cybersecurity. So I'm not going to get into all the details here, but one of the important things was basically to build up a framework for machine-to-machine communications. This is something rather new for Brazil because we basically approach communications as a person-to-person question. So one of the challenges, for instance, was to review the idea of KOS, or quality of service. It's very different requirements if you have a quality of service rule for a phone call in which you cannot have latency or anything like that. But if it's 2 machines communicating, that framework can actually be very different. So a machine might need to send data only once a day, and this is a very different service than you're streaming video or providing a phone call. So we looked into that. Of course, there are taxation issues as well. So we had to look into, for instance, the FISTEL tax and how they apply to machine. This is important to be revamped as well, and we have a proposition for that. And another big element is the certification of equipment that gets in Brazil. So sometimes that certification process is long, and it can be very bureaucratic. Brazil sometimes can be very good at bureaucracy. And so we had to look into that and see how can we expedite this particular process. So in terms of privacy and, of course, data, as you know, Brazil is discussing right now the approval of a new data protection law. We don't have one. So we have the Brazilian Bill of Rights that I mentioned that took a few steps into that direction, but it's certainly incomplete. And Brazil has now the ambition to be part of OCDE, and one of the requirements for joining OCDE is basically to have a data protection law. And that's what's been in the works now. There's a debate in the Congress going on. Last year, they held a public hearing, and our study has been mentioned a couple of times because we basically have a proposal about how that should be handled in the sense of how data should be governed from the IoT perspective, which is very much aligned what Thiago Camargo just described in his presentation. So I'm not going to get into really the details here, but one issue that I think is important to mention is the cybersecurity issue. And that also includes, in our view in this study, a multi-stakeholder approach. In our view, it would be really not ideal for Brazil to have cybersecurity issues dealt with by only the government itself, or even worse, one specific branch of the government, be it the consumer protection in the Ministry of Justice, be it the military cabinet attached to the presidency. So we don't think there should be a predominance of any of these institutions, but rather we should build a multi-stakeholder framework also for cybersecurity. And the reason for that is very simple. Governments on their own do not have all the resources to deal with the challenges of cybersecurity. They need to cooperate with the private companies as they need to cooperate with the scientific community and others in order to be effective in the sector of cybersecurity. So that's why we are basically proposing this particular framework. Other thing that we looked into, and is, in my view, one of the key aspects of the plan, is how blockchain is actually connected with IoT. And in our view, this connection must be really profound, especially because of the cybersecurity issue. It's actually really, we should look into a change of paradigm on how devices are exposed online. So just putting a device open in the net and being able to be pinged by any computer, that's, in my view, not a very good idea. And I think like the blockchain might create the flexible and cheap certification layer that we might need in order to deploy millions or even billions of devices for that. So we looked into that, and we see that there is a positive approach there as well. And of course, AI is an integral part of that as well. We looked into that and how we can better integrate an intelligence layer to the IoT framework in Brazil. So that's also part of this study and will be turned, hopefully, into part of the national plan as well. So just to conclude, there is an entire chapter on the regulatory aspects of it. That is the download link for the Portuguese version. And I have a small announcement of my own, which is the fact that Columbia University very kindly offered to provide the translation of these materials into English. So we are working on that right now. And our expectation is to have a book, because that's what it is in the end, like it's 350 pages plus translated into English, hopefully by August. And of course, we are going to make that available online for everyone as well. So I thank Holly for championing this effort, and also Alia and Dean Merritt. And we are going to get that in English shortly, because I think that might be a relevant contribution for the debate regarding IoT from the global perspective as well. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ronaldo. Patricia, let's continue a bit on this topic of privacy. You also, and always, I think you have been looking with a lot of care to the healthcare industry. Now you are a CEO on that particular area. Is perhaps one of the areas where the obstacles to a scale up of usage of these applications collide with privacy of data. Let's just think a patient in an hospital, he has a device. So is the information from the patient or from the device equipment supplier or from the hospital that receives it, or perhaps from the telecommunications operator when it goes remotely? So it's a complex program. So how do you think you could go about it? And in particular, if you are exploring some technologies or some regulatory ways to really try to unlock this potential. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So thanks a lot, Paulo. To talk about that, I will talk about two things here. Well, first, disclaimer, I'm not a lawyer.
Yes.
I don't work in government, and I'm not a consultant anymore. So the first thing that I did was get rid from the PowerPoint slides. But I still love numbers, and I'll talk a little bit about data to you, but from two different perspectives. One is as a CEO in a healthcare technology firm in Brazil. The second one is as a citizen. And actually, the reason why I accepted the offer to go to Optum has a lot to do with me as a citizen. I come from a very big family in Brazil. Actually, the biggest family that I've ever heard about. My grandmother had 21 kids. And from my father's part, my grandmother from my mother's side had 10 kids. So only first-degree relatives, we are 115 people. So imagine a wedding party in my family. When I got married, I chose a destination wedding because I didn't want to be rude, to do not invite the whole family. But no, but the reason why I'm talking about my family is because most of my family is quite poor. They come from the Sergipe. My father came from Sergipe. My mother came from Goiás, and from an indigenous background. And I'm very privileged because I had access to education. I will not talk about my story, but I have access to healthcare. Good healthcare, good education, good everything. And I see my family struggling every day, with not having access to the same things that I do. And every time I go back to my grandmother's house, my uncle's houses, I keep on asking me why they don't have access to that. And if I talk about healthcare in Brazil, you will understand why. Inequality has a lot to do with that, and we've been paying the price of 500, years of inequality in Brazil. And I saw a lot of that happening throughout, my family's lives. And when I came to this project with BNDES and the Ministry of Education, Industry and Technology, Information Technology, I actually figured out that technology can be a great way for us to bridge this gap. There are many risks, though, and privacy is one of them. But the only way for us to know what we will do is to be specific. So one thing that I love about this project is that it's based on use cases. They know they are sick and tired of me talking about use cases. Why is that relevant? If we talk about technology or privacy, it's a conceptual discussion. We need to be very specific and understand what we are solving for. So I will just take 1 minute to talk about healthcare in Brazil, then I'll go back to answer the question. Healthcare in Brazil is a big issue. Brazil is the country in the world that has what we call the triple burden. What does that mean? We are getting old as fast as Sweden. Many people don't know that. But next year, we didn't grow. We are getting old fast, which is good because part of it has to do with the advancements in primary care from the public sector. But the point is that we are getting old fast. We don't have the GDP that Sweden has, neither the GDP that Japan has. In 2065, our pyramid is going to be the same as the one that Japan has today. That means that in 2065, we will have more old people than young people. This is huge. And you can imagine the burden that's going to cause in healthcare. To make it more challenging, we kill as many people as Syria every year. We are in a civil war. Imagine the needs that a country that is in a civil war has in the healthcare system. To make it even more challenging, we have infectious diseases as poor countries in Africa do. If you put all those three things together, now you cannot think of a single country that has the same challenges as Brazil has today. So if you think about the costs for the economy of that healthcare system, and you just don't change anything that we have today, which is not enough, you just take the expenditures that we have per person in Brazil today, based on the demographics, take it ahead, and in 2035, what you will have is a system that will cost up to 20% of the GDP. Do you know a country that spends as much in healthcare? The US, the only one. Is it a good reference for us? I would say no. It's expensive. Nobody has access to that, but I will stop here talking about healthcare. What is our challenge? There are good things, though, about Brazil. In 20 years, we moved our primary care coverage from 7% to 60%. Public health care, free for everyone. That's part of the reason why we have this good news, but it's not enough. So as I said, healthcare is going to cost 20%. We cannot afford that. So we can improve coverage, quality, sustainability, financial sustainability by using a lot of IoT. That's why I'm passionate about that, and that's why I'm running a technology firm now, and I'm not a consultant anymore because I really got passionate about that. What is the problem? We cannot talk about privacy without talking about the specific cases. So privacy for me, if you talk about individual health records, is one thing. If you talk about life sciences, is another thing. If you talk about connecting machine to machine, is another thing. So I'll just take these three examples. One of the main challenges that we have in Brazil is to keep improving coverage and also improving quality. Coverage, you can solve with many simple things, like telemedicine, like taking a doctor, in a remote area. You can do that by using IoT without any privacy issues, because what you need to do is connect the physician on one end to a second opinion on the other end, or to connect a nurse to a physician on the other end. This is okay, and it's very easy to do. So we don't need to talk about privacy, and that's going to solve a significant part of the problem that we have. If we talk about life sciences companies are already doing a lot of research on us. They have our data. Why cannot us have this data? Why cannot the government have this data? But there is an issue there. So we can have that data in an unidentified way. We need to protect the data. Who has this kind of data today? The banking industry is a good example of that. And you know what? Brazil is a reference in banking in the world. We are actually quite secure. We have tokens, we have a lot of passwords. Why don't we have that to access our healthcare protocols? The solution is there. It's not so new, so we can apply that. We just need to ask the right questions, and we need to talk about the use cases. So the final point that's quite simple as well is the machine-to-machine. In Brazil, 80% of the hospitals, 80%, have less than 50 beds. You know what happens? We have a utilization that's one of the worst in the world. Less than 60% of the beds are utilized today. Does it make sense? I can tell you, it does not make sense at all. With Internet of Things, we can connect the hospital beds around the whole country, public and private. That's the piece that we can simplify things now, because otherwise those hospitals will close. They will go bankrupted. So this is, or in the public sector, ones they cannot afford. Most of them don't have doctors. They are just closed. Anyways, so we can use the system in a more efficient way. These four things altogether, they already solve a significant part of the problem. Then what's living for us is prevention, promotion of healthcare. You will see in the book that it's one of the use cases that has a very high impact, but also the highest range. Why it has a big and wide range? Because healthcare prevention promotion depends on people actually doing that. And that's the beauty of it. There, I think it needs to be really protected. And people need to choose, but they also need to be taken care of. I cannot go back to my parents who didn't go who didn't finish high school or to my grandmother and tell them to take care of their healthcare information. You know, this is almost like irresponsible on us to say that this is going to work. But, you know, we can do what we've done. And in Brazil, we have a good case in the banking sector. The solution is there, too. We have all those passwords that I mentioned. We can do that in the private sector as well. So answering your question with a very long answer, the short answer to me is individual health records should be protected, should be really, really well protected. Life science needs to be done in a more organized way, collaborative way, including public sector, private sector, academia, doing that together in a de-identified basis, protecting the individual information of the individuals because we can help predict diseases. And machine, everything that's machine to machine, or a physician to a nurse, or a physician to a machine, it's okay that we do. And you know what should be public information? Everyone should know which beds are being used, which beds are not being used, which doctors are actually running all the appointments that they were supposed to be running, which doctors are not, which nurses are good, which physicians are not good. So that, to me, are three very different frameworks, and I'm sorry for complicating the discussion, but you know, I don't see this as one-size-fits-all solution.
Patricia, thank you. I think this was great. Let me just underline one topic that you mentioned, the granularity of this work. It is extremely practical. In fact, for the priority verticals, I think it's about 200 use cases.
300.
300
and 125 that were
300 use
detailed.
cases that we detail, and each use case is a use case. Can be a control of an epidemic, or can be really about increasing the productivity in a farm. But each one is one, and in many times the problems are simple and they are different, and so we can have a lot of input. So thank you very much for that particular insight. Gontijo, let me, I work a lot across Latin America, not only Brazil. I'm extremely happy with the result of this project. Of course, I will be much more when we start implementing. But in the other countries, they have not been able to set such a sound and productive governance. And I think that what you guys did was amazing, not only in terms of involving all stakeholders in Brazil, but also the decision mechanism with the National Chamber, the Consulting Council, the Executive Council. My question to you is, what were the key characteristics of that governance and lessons learned for other countries across emerging markets?
Sure. Well, first of all, the governance was driven by one very specific goal. Usually the ICT policies, not only in Brazil, worldwide, are driven for the suppliers. We will foster in the industry to provide the equipment. We will foster the R&D to develop the equipment. And in this moment, when you look the environments, the verticals, you look to healthcare in cities, that is very oriented to the synthesis, to the quality of life, to solve problems of the people. And when you go to the industry and rural environment, it's the productivity to keep in the rural, keeping leader, not be transpassed the other one, and in the industry to try to be competitive worldwide. So when you look to this view and you go to a table with all the ministry and the stakeholders, they listen a different speech from the government, that they are, for years, were listening to the government only to try to put money, to reduce taxations. And today we are talking a little bit different. We are talking in a very transparent way to, okay, we have to provide solutions for the people and for the economic growth. How we manage that? How we do this together? So we bring the Minister of Industry, they have some initiatives, and we talk, no, we don't want to get your initiatives for me. We want you to work inside our project to try to do some synergy with other guys that are doing similar things in other sectors. So doing this, as I mentioned in the beginning, we reduce the desires, we control the proud of these political guys, we keep their political space, and I guess the main point is, if you really want a true state policy, not a government policy, a state policy, you must engage not only the private sector, but engage the technicals in the government, showing to them that working together, no matter what happens, it will keep moving on. Well, it starts in 2013. Since then, we passed through presidents, two presidents, and one of these presidents was taken out of the power. Yeah. We passed through 4 ministries from different parties. We passed through many Secretary of States, and even with all those changes, the project didn't stop. So if you engage the society, if you convince them without proud, if you get humility, then show, come here, let's work together, together. In some cases, we take out our team and put BNDES to appear, because he was paying for the study, and bring the industry ministry and bring the education ministry, because what happens in the government when you are establish some kind of policy is everyone want to take a picture, want to appear in the newspaper. It's not what we really want here. What we really wanted is the real results for the society. So when you have this way, the things go on. Because otherwise they will fight and they will split, they will launch exclusively projects, and it will be the same of the way that they are doing this since ever. So I guess this is the key. How to manage to work together, really work together, not fake work together.
Yes, and I really appreciate. I had the privilege to be with you and Tiago in Barcelona in the Mobile World Congress. Rivera was there also, and we had about 10 senators debating with Tiago the project. Tiago was presenting the project, and so we guys from the left to the right. So we thought these guys are going to destroy the work, but it was not really the case. Everybody supported. Of course, there are nuances and preoccupations, but I saw quite great political alignment. So congratulations to you. Rivera, I will now go, I think, to the core of the topic. I think this has been great, recognized internally as one of the best projects that the bank sponsored since ever across sectors. Starts to be recognized internationally. Now the question is how to make it a reality, and in particular the bank, the technical structure that you lead. What are you guys already doing? What is your intention to do to make this go forward independently of the election? I know that you are working in pilots already, so could you please describe what you are doing?
Sure, Paul. Indeed, the study has been receiving a lot of positive feedbacks, and one of the things that Gontijo have not mentioned is that we are hearing some institutions already working on the framework of the study. For instance, Softex is an agency to foster the export of IT solutions of Brazil. They are working on the verticals and on the specific objectives of the study. Tiago has mentioned we have 60 measures that were established by the study. We are focused as a public policy implementer on 4 main measures. The first one is how to finance IoT solutions. BNDES is one of the main products of BNDES, financial products, is fostering, financing the acquisition of equipments, financing the acquisition of softwares. And we used to do this very on a standalone basis, or either we finance the equipment or we finance the software. Now, we need to understand how to finance the solution. And this is one of the challenges of BNDES right now, and I think we are going to start financing the solution this year right now. The second one agenda is IoT is much about startup companies. So we do have an arm for equity provider, and we do it through funds. Also, we have venture capital. We are the main shareholder of funds for venture capital in Brazil, but we are working also in seed capital and angel capital. We understood that we need to go to smaller scale companies to foster IoT innovation. So we're going to strengthen this area and launch more funds. Right now we have about $130 million available for investing in small companies, but we are still going to strengthen this area. The third area, really important for us, besides the four main areas, we have one specific goal regarding to smart cities. As we used to finance the investment of municipalities and state in Brazil, we want to increase the level of efficiency of those investments. So we are working on a three-level approach. In Brazil, we have 5,050 municipalities, so there are a lot of cities, and urban city or city inside the Amazon forest, small cities. So we have to work with this multiple set of actors. In the very base, we want to foster the awareness about how IoT, what are the basic preoccupations that a governor should have on implementing an IoT solution in this regarding to the political and economic stability and sustainability of the initiative, but also regarding to technology lock-in, regarding to how do we have to structure the governance inside the municipality. So we have just launched a basic guidebook for IoT in smart city, and we have this envision of this basic IoT become an observatory of IoT in cities, in which mayor could exchange knowledge between mayors, what works, what doesn't work. So this is the basic level in which we want to address in IoT for cities. And the second level is to creating standard kits, toolkits for connectivity in smart cities, for security, for transportation, those main areas which we focus on the plan. And the top layer is creating benchmarks in Brazil. So we want to foster, and this connects me to the next action is regarding to project pilots on cities. We want to foster the main benchmarks on IoT to show to the others what are the best practice that we can have in Brazilian reality. So the third one is pilot project, for sure, that you talked about, Paulo. We want to foster pilot project. We all know that IoT is much about of experimentation, of knowing in a specific use case what works and what doesn't work. So the pilot project will start from the very vision that we have stated to each vertical. So this is one of the thing we were asked for for McKinsey, for the consortium. What are the vision for IoT in health sector, in cities, and so on? We knew since for the very beginning that IoT would happen. So where should the government speed up IoT, and what concerns should the government put on place in order to extract the best results? So, for example, in the rural area, the vision was to be recognized as one of the world best exporter of IoT solutions for tropical agriculture, agribusiness. And then this is one of the vision, but we also want to work with very specific goals on the modern vision. We have specific goals for each vertical. For instance, in the health sector, a specific goal is to increase the effectiveness of the treatment of chronic diseases in Brazil. How do we do that with IoT? We know that IoT will help this for the next 5 years. The other is how to increase the responsiveness for the treatment for the epidemic control. How do you prepare both inside the hospitals? How do we treat and outside the hospital? So we have this very specific target in which every agency will engage on this, and the pilot will start from them. So we will foster the creation of consortiums of companies, the technology companies, the users, for instance, hospital or agriculture producer, and startups, and Institute of Technology and University, in order to build this use case and to practice those use cases, and the expected outcome that will be followed by an independent observer or accountability institution it's not only the KPIs for the strategic goals, not only to understand what is the potential of reducing, to increase the treatment of chronic disease, but also to show what business model are sustainable, not only in the private sector perspective, but also in the public sector perspective. And more than this, what are the challenges regarding to the horizontals of IoT, regarding to privacy, to interoperability, in order to scale up those business cases? What concerns should we have in order to bring those pilots in a larger experience? Well, so this is going to be launched this year. We're going to foster the first pilots, and then we understand that this is going to be a continuous movement towards the achievement of the strategic goals.
Yes, to get results, and I understand that the first call is just about to happen, right?
Yes, the next days.
Yes, we are advancing on time. I will just ask a last question. I ask you please to be brief, and then perhaps a question from the audience. Ronaldo, I would like you just to comment briefly on the recent developments on the European Union, on privacy, and if you see other examples internationally of regulation that you'd like to highlight.
All right. I will literally speak for 30 seconds because I want to make sure we have questions.
Yes.
Companies in Brazil are worried because they feel that they need to comply to something. They just don't know exactly what that is. So right now, the GDPR is the framework, but the question is how much the Brazilian law will actually replicate the GDPR or not. We might come with a law that is less protective than the GDPR, or it has more sophisticated mechanisms than consent, but that's still uncertain. In this particular moment, in the absence of a specific framework, a lot of companies are seeking GDPR compliance, especially those that have branches and work internationally. So they are using the GDPR as a reference in the hopes that when the Brazilian law is actually taken place, they will be compliant
just
to that
an
as well.
example, in McKinsey, we were now called to comply to the European law worldwide because they consider it a good example.
That's
so
happening a
even
lot.
though we are in the US and in Brazil and China, wherever, but we have to comply everywhere with European
And of
guidelines.
course, yeah, there is a market movement, and this is actually good because it's dividing the Brazilian market into two tiers. One are those that are following some rules, different ones in some cases regarding privacy. And the second tier is the companies that never cared about it, and it was basically free for all. And this second tier is basically fading out, and I think that's important. So the market is in this exact moment dividing into two tiers. And the companies that basically never cared about these issues, they're most likely either to be phased out or they will have to comply sooner rather than later.
They will face a huge problem.
Yeah, that's right.
Patricia, final question also. You are now in the private sector, so you started with us, you're trying to help the government. And my question to you is exactly what could be the role, the importance of private companies in supporting the achievement of the objectives of a plan like this?
I think private companies need to work more closely together with the government and academia. We've been talking a lot about startups. I think the big companies will also play a very relevant role because they also own the data today and they have access to the customers. So learning to be as fast as a startup, I think it's going to be the challenge. The first challenge. The second one is to work in a more collaborative way, sometimes even with other competitors in the same sector. The second challenge to me is to learn and differ what rules should be global, what rules should be localized. So as we see now, there is a trend for us to always take the rules that are more rigid, especially the international companies, because you need to have like global compliance. So you usually take the one that's more rigid and apply to all your businesses around the world. And I think this could work to some point, but there is also the need to localize the solutions. And by localize the solutions, I mean also taking local people, to hire local people to work with you, local solutions, local programmers, local everything. So that can help also to foster and boost the local economies. And one third point that I think is common for government, companies, and everyone is to keep things simple. Like we are trying to find solutions that are too complicated, too big, and they become so impossible that they are just like a piece of paper. Like in my company today, they are talking a lot about creating data lakes and integrating everything, but there isn't a solution that's going to solve all the problems. So I think we need to learn to be more flexible and agile. The agile culture, I think it's a thing that can help all of us, independent on the sector, to really respond to the needs of the people more quickly and in a more efficient way.
Excellent. So now we would like to open for a few questions. I just ask the colleagues, please, to try to be sharp in the answers.
No. No.
It is? Okay. So my name is Marcos. I work in private equity in the US. So one of the pillars that Paulo mentioned to deploy the IoT program is connectivity. And yet the country lags behind in broadband access and cost to other Latin America countries. With that being said, what is the vision of the plan to enable foreign investments in submarine cables, fiber networks, and data centers? Because this is a huge problem for investors to actually deploy new companies in the country.
Yeah, for sure. Only to, I don't know if you know that, in 2010, 2011, Brazil launched the national IoT, the national broadband program. At that time, 16% of the population had broadband at home. And since then, our goal was to, in 2014, by the end of 2014, reach 50% of the population. We passed this goal. We reached, if I'm not mistaken, 53.
60.
And today 60, but at that time 53%. We are moving on. The main issue looking for population is the price of the plans of broadband. But at the same time, we foster it to, as the federative pact in Brazil, there is the states taxes and the federal taxes. And we put in force a law that we take out the federal taxes if the states take out the local taxes. It works a little bit, but at the end of the day, the coverage was an issue. When you go to very small cities, the ARPU do not pay what they the company is driven by money, so it not make sense. So today we are planning the second phase of the national broadband program in the ministry. Will be some regulatory measures. There is a bill of law in the Congress is discussing to try to bring investments for the sector. We have also some projects that are funded by the ministry to get infrastructure for these small cities. We have also Telebrás with a huge satellite with Ka band to cover very remote areas. But it's an issue. If you look even in the US, even in Europe, there are regions that don't have coverage. What we are thinking is try to, when you look for rural environment, that's one of our prioritized environments. You have, it's happening in Brazil today, like Sigfox, LoRa, they're doing intranet, not internet, intranet in big farms, and try by satellite or try to do radio connections. Because when you look specifically for IoT, you don't need a very big band to connect. You usually are very short trigger of data, one time a day to receive information and get it back. When you look to the biggest farms, they put their own infrastructure. There is a big company that produces ethanol in Brazil. They have probably the major one in the country. They connect all the trucks, all the
fourth.
The fourth, everything, and then they reduce the consume of fuel in 10%. If not mistaken, it's reflecting 100 million reais per year of savings. So they're moving to that. When you go to the synthesis, it's challenging because there is no infrastructure, there is no even satellite in some regions, and when they have, it's very expensive. So the new plan we have a public consultant in the past months. We are discussing inside the government because we have to put money on it. Not make sense without money. To try to balance the ARPU of the companies to see how we can manage that. So this happened today.
Just
So there are very good examples in Indonesia, India, New Zealand that are making these public-private networks for broadband access.
Thank you. You wanted to comment?
No, just adding, BNDES is also working with a local small ISP, Internet Service Provider. We are fostering them right now. And just to, I'm not sure if he's going to kick my leg here, but the point here is that we have a fund, our telecom regulatory framework has a fund for the universalization of the telecom services, but we have never used this. In a fiscal constrained environment right now in Brazil, this discussion is really hard to move forward. That should be the way in order to foster the connectivity in a continental size country. So we are working on trying to attack this problem in different perspectives, but the main solution would be having a specific funds because we have a large amount of areas in Brazil that will not pay off for the investment. So we are working in different solutions, but the main solution. But beside that, we have specific arrangements that we can do to foster IoT. For example, in the rural area, we had a lot of cooperative producers in this field. We are really eager to receive in this pilot cooperative proposals. For the coffee agriculture, for example, they are small producers, so it would be really good for a pilot project to have this consortium of producers in order to share a connectivity for their farms, mostly because we want to fight against plagues, for instance, and it doesn't matter if you treat the plague in your farm and it moves to the other farm, and so this is a problem which we want to attack in a small-scale perspective. So.
Very good. So perhaps one last question before the break, then there are more panels, I think.
I want to just indicate that I am very impressed with what you're doing. I think you're doing a great job. But I'd like to go back to my earlier comment, playing devil's advocate, and make an observation here. What you are doing, the larger problem that we're talking about is a continuation from the previous session. This is a problem of culture change. What we have here are a group of educated elites who do not represent the Brazilian people. I was at a session at the law school on Friday where the same thing was going on. Tiago threw out as an answer to my question, education. What in effect you're saying is to use these beautiful models, and I'm really impressed with this. What you have to do is take the Brazilian people, put them in schools where they will be re-socialized to be able to function within this system. I've been following culture change programs in Brazil for 60 years now. I have found very few that are top-down without including the bottom from the very beginning that actually work. What I did not hear is this, and as a result, it makes me as pessimistic. In spite of what you're doing, my pessimism continues because I don't see anything different. I don't see the culture of Brazil being of the Brazilian people. I mean, just as one example, Patricia, what you're doing is wonderful. I happen to study religion and healing in Brazil. There's a whole matter of alternative medicine that is completely left out here. You talk about primarily the agribusinesses in the rural areas. There's nobody, for example, from the MST who is involved in this. Somehow, unless you get down and incorporate the representation of the Brazilian population from the very beginning, it's almost already too late. I fear that it's going to be just one of these many wonderful programs in Brazil that just didn't work.
Yeah, but let me just.
Sounds like the United States.
Yes, but let me. But first of all, thank you very much for the provocation. It's great. I would like to make a few comments and perhaps also ask the colleagues. First of all, it's clear and the objective is broad. We didn't touch it because many times people speak about the other obstacles like regulation or technology, but really talent is one of the fronts of the work, and we there are working at several levels. One is really about bringing more engineers, educating people to be able to use and to be able to operate these kind of systems and reconvert also a lot of people that will be, I would say, threatened by new technology, because this incredible improvement in productivity will for sure free up traditional low-skilled work. So it's a problem of reconversion. There's a full front just on that particular aspect. Also on the talent side, there is another element, for example, smart cities. We have all of these great intentions, but we need mayors that are prepared, that have the skill, that have the understanding of what has to be done. We created manuals, but we need also the right people, and we need to also train that people. So just to say that there is a full block on people skills, people involvement, that is part of the 4-year journey. So I think you are right, we didn't touch it so much here, but it's included. And I would like perhaps Rivera and Patricia to comment on that particular area, but point taken, and I think that in implementation we will have to look to that with more detail. Thank you.
Patricia.
I appreciate the comments and the provocation for us to keep moving forward. And I receive your feedback in many different ways. I'm a master in Reiki, too, and I'm a believer of alternative healing. That's not a consensus at all in healthcare. Brazil was the first one to include that now, last month, in the primary care coverage. And that's becoming a huge issue between physicians. It's not about us here, it's about the physicians association with the people. Some people believe it's relevant, some people it's not. So only addressing our point, I think Brazil is a country that's very innovative, very entrepreneurial, and despite all the inequality, people are trying to innovate and make things different from many things that we see around the world. The people, the Brazilian people. What we are discussing here, it's basic, something that's very at the very basis of the pyramid. So, well, like really basis, like the technology that we are discussing here will allow people to have the right to have the same benefits as anyone else. So as an example, an uncle of mine was diagnosed now with prostate cancer, but he also has other issues that I will not share here, but his case is very complicated. And he goes to the primary care in the public sector. They give him a lot of tests. The situation is very serious, but he's not allowed to see a physician until in 3 months from his last appointment. Why he cannot have access to a physician through telemedicine? As any of us, why can he not share his tests with another physician who could give him an opinion? So that's what we are talking about here. As much as I agree with you, I think there are many other basic needs and basic opportunities that we need to give to people that they deserve to have.
And just let me add some question. This is a very provocative point that the bank has worked, for example, in the very bottom sometimes in some specific target, and we have a very difficult to scale up those experiences. For example, garbage collector in Brazil. single garbage collector. We have launched a program like 6 years ago in order to foster them to have shared equipment in order to add value for the collection of garbage in urban area. But the problems to scale up those initiatives are so high that we as a central bank, we understand that we should work more in a more coordinated ways with many different pillars that should be going in order to make this thing happen to the whole country. So this is it's still a challenge for us in many areas. Second, the team that is working on a health perspective in BNDES and IoT are working for the IoT opportunity mostly on the primary attention sector. How do we improve the primary attention inside houses? How do you put tools and technology for the doctors that are going inside the favelas in order to increase the treatment of them? So this is a very strong concern about these people. And the other one is the cooperative movement. It is also in this very first moment that we had launched the study to engage and create projects for that. But we truly believe that it's a huge opportunity for settlements and for cooperatives in order to share technology for increase their productiveness and to raise the value they add in their small farms. So it's a path, it's a tough path in order to go. It's our concern, but we need to keep this on focus to work more on this.
Sorry, what's your name, sir?
Oh, Sydney Green.
Sydney, oh, pleasure, Sydney. Sydney, even from the first moment, we always involved the Ministry of Education. At the time, the Secretary of State was Rocieli, that last month became the Minister of Education. So in our view, okay, you have to do graduate, undergraduate scholarships to promote the guys to study in IoT. But at the same time, you have to focus on two issues. One is the confidence to use technology, like digital education, to the people believe that technology will provide something to them, but at the same time, they have to know the risks they are exposed to when they're using that. And the other one is to provide knowledge for the people, but since they are kids. I have a child, 7 years, she starts to think how to program in her school, because I go to the director of the school and please do that. No matter if she was a physician, she will be a physician or she will be agronomic, engineering or whatever. In the future, everything will work through software. She needs to know when something goes wrong. So last month I participated in a public audience in the Congress in Brazil, and they asked me, if you have to choose only one single action to change the country in the digital era, my answer was education. Because if you put and changing the way of the people to prepare them to this economy that will become digital, we will not have to economy. We will put the people to think and to provide solutions for the country. Otherwise, no matter what will happen, we are very smart guys here, but if you not prepare the people to use this, it will be freaked, not make a little bit of sense. So since the beginning, we are doing that.
So we are closing here. Thank you so much. This is the example of Brazil, and we'll be delighted to continue the conversation later. So thank you so much.
On this point, it's not just the technical thing. This is a matter of my
conseguindo juntar um número bem interessante de gente.
Legal, você escreveu pra gente de novo. Me apresentou pra Sônia, a diretora da B3. Aí ela veio aí, eu quis falar com ela.
Tá entrando na fase de buscar dinheiro.
Mas ele tem que fazer é a paixão dele. Lembra, a gente tinha aula no Brasil.
Fernando, prazer.
Aí igual ápice, ele está tocando uma aceleradora para New York pensa mais, entidade dentro das coisas, de acelerar,
A new space?
tipo mineração de esteroide, coisas espaciais. Está pegando com essa carona na onda Elon Musk. Super bacana. Por isso que está valendo meio trilhão, vai valer $1 trilhão.
A cara do Cid, lembra a gente tinha aula sobre aquela aula de política e economia do Brasil, e de repente a gente derivava para espaço e inovação.
I do not know how to run it.
I'll get it set up for you.
And which one is it? You put that, there is a SIPA, there is a folder called SIPA. Yeah. Right, yeah. Okay, there's... okay. One of them is a PowerPoint. I think the last one. Yeah, because...
PowerPoint and this is PowerPoint.
Right, because this will not run. This is Mac. Okay, so let us try the PowerPoint. I thought that was... Okay. Thank you so much.
No problem. Let's make sure it works.
Negócio de imagem de satélite, o cara que vê lá com a imagem, igual você olha o espaço pela yes. So how would you? So I just have to press something, no? To go to the next slide.
You could use this.
Oh sure, that's
left and right.
Okay.
Pointer.
Okay.
Or
This is
you
the
can use the
okay.
arrows.
Okay. So this is the forward, the backward. This is the pointer. Okay. Pointer, forward, backward. Thank you so much.
No problem.
So kind of you.
Oh no, that's what I'm here for.
Me apresentou cara lá um brasileiro que está na NASA, dentro do Silicon Valley, estudando os negócios. Foi tomar cerveja no cara. Aí, o que você está fazendo? Eu falei, cara, eu estou estudando aqui como os organismos se comportam a gravidade zero, tá aí das coisas que a gente está vendo, estou tentando definir aqui como alterar com o príncipe Cas9 as sementes que a gente vai botar na nave para colonizar Marte, para começar as plantações em Marte. Eu falei, cara, maconha estragada no sol, esse cara viajou, né? E ele falou, não, o problema de Marte é muito árido e muita irradiação solar, né? Porque não tem atmosfera, não tem vegetal. Se eu conseguir resolver esse negócio, eu consigo desenvolver uma semente que dá para transformar em área produtiva todo o sertão nordestino. Então imagina como muda a plataforma produtiva brasileira se você transforma em área produtiva todo o Nordeste.
Não, bizarro.
É bizarro, né? Eu falei, pô, realmente as aplicações começam a ficar mais próximas da nossa realidade.
Mas é muito doido ainda, né?
É muito doido, mas está muito mais próximo do que quase todo mundo está vendo. E o Brasil está ficando fora dessa é uma pena.
Mais ou menos porque a gente tem pessoas como si, de repente aparece.
Mesmo se ele acaba olhando um pouco mais o mercado americano, onde está o dinheiro, onde está assim, as aplicações para o Brasil, como a gente fazer? Mas e aí, como está lá o curso?
Cara, formando aqui 20 dias.
Ah, é? Já? A gente volta para o Brasil?
Tô trabalhando num projeto de pesquisa mais com o Brasil. Com a B3 e FGV.
Tá.
Aqui, o Plano de Centro de Sistema Investment sobre SDGs Corporate Reporting.
O que você faz?
Sustainable Development Goals.
Ok.
SDGs, Corporate Reporting e Big Data. São os três tópicos.
Which one was yours? There's a direct.
Assim, como a gente pode usar o Big Data para melhorar o acesso das empresas no quesito de sustentabilidade? Ou no quesito até mesmo delas só disclosure sobre os seus negócios.
Want everything off there?
Porque agora tudo é feito com questionários de 500 perguntas.
Não, e assim, eu estava dentro da empresa, então não tinha...
So there's only 2 real PowerPoints on here. So like, I know your colleagues, is this one?
Pois é, a Sônia é presidente do RSI.
then
vê
just
assim,
want to make sure the
muita
other one
coisa,
is
por
the
exemplo,
correct one.
tabela. Olha, isso aqui não é bem, mas se a gente der uma forçada
Yeah,
na
that's
mão,
good.
na
Okay.
forma como a gente conta a história, entra.
All
E
right.
aí você vê que efetivamente não.
I think he's before you, so I'm going to go ahead and bring his up.
Não mudou em
You
nada.
just got to double click on yours.
E por quê?
Oh, we can do that too. Let me
Enganar os dados. Ou melhor, você conseguir provar que você pertence a outro. Agora,
I'm going to close them out before I can
o
eject
impacto real, não só na que a empresa faz, mas na mudança da cultura e tal, é dificilíssimo.
Eu entrevistei umas, acho que 5 ou 6 multinacionais brasileiras. E só quando você perguntava assim, onde fica a parte de sustentabilidade, você já tinha noção da maturidade da empresa. Uma tinha um departamento de sustentabilidade com acesso direto ao board e a outra ficava no marketing.
I'm leaving yours up, so I think you're the first
Uma galera boa lá.
Hit forward, you're good to go.
Aí tinha uns que era relações com o investidor e etc. Mas enfim, tipo assim, tem muita coisa que a gente pode fazer com só scraping data off the internet para validar, ou até mesmo dar um initial assessment dessa empresa, que já vai fazer uma diferença absurda.
Mas sabe, o grande problema que eu vejo nas empresas brasileiras, depois desse tempo aqui nos Estados Unidos, para mim fica muito mais claro, não vai ser na métrica que você vai conseguir pegar, vai ser no indicador, ou na fiscalização, no relatório. Enquanto você vê que a sociedade americana, o indivíduo americano, ele tem um pouco essa consciência de engagement com a sociedade, com a comunidade, eu tenho que devolver para a sociedade, os benefícios que eu tenho, etc. E tal. Isso acaba sendo traduzido nas empresas. Uma empresa que efetivamente faz alguma coisa que dá um impacto social, ela percebe que aquilo dá um retorno de imagem, de relação com a comunidade, com os clientes, etc. No Brasil não tem essa consciência. E aí, por exemplo, eu percebia esse negócio. Empresa de telecomunicações. Uma coisa que tem um impacto absurdo é a conectividade. Os caras estavam falando, se eu colocar uma internet numa escola, ou se eu der um pacote de dados gratuitos para o professor para ensinar, ou criar uma cobertura para a zona rural para permitir aumentar a produtividade, tem um impacto social muito maior do que dar dinheiro para a Fundação Ayrton Senna. Claro. Fazer doação para a Fundação Ayrton Senna. E as empresas não percebem quanto, principalmente as empresas de enormes volumes, são as multinacionais, etc. Não conseguem perceber que elas deveriam utilizar os produtos, o que elas fazem, para ter um impacto social. Em tudo. Né? Então,
mas sabe uma coisa é porque, pelo menos nos Estados Unidos e na Europa, está crescendo cada vez mais o allocation dos grandes pension funds, só por um exemplo, para sustainability.
Eu sei, mas isso que eu estou dizendo, a TIM estava no índice de sustentabilidade e não mudou nada ainda.
Não, mas o índice...
Então ela poderia receber esse tipo de coisa. Agora,
não, mas o índice ele não é de performance.
Não, tudo bem, mas o que eu estou te colocando assim? A mesma coisa do BNDES. Quantas coisas tem critério do BNDES para você ali para receber o dinheiro? Você consegue dar uma força de mão e contar aquela história? Com certeza. O que realmente falta é uma parte de mobilização. Isso, de mobilização da cultural, de educação, de atitudinal, mas mesmo de mercado. Aquela coisa de, não come atum porque mata golfinho, aquelas coisas que você vê o consumidor.
Oi,
porque aquela empresa o cara dizer, pô, eu não vou pegar um Uber, eu vou pegar um Uber, tem um serious ethical problems, etc. Quando você começa a levar isso...
Então, data privacy, né? Não, tô tentando me formar. No caso, é isso que eu preciso fazer agora. É isso. Está acontecendo no momento. Casei, estou em casa, sou uma moça casada, uma senhora.
Você deveria botar a BR, sei lá.
Ele é americano. Então, eu já morava aqui antes.
Como utilizar esse tipo de trabalho?
E aí é isso. Tentando me formar e tentando arrumar um emprego.
Jornalística, menos analítica, faz o check the box.
Eu tô por agora, sim.
Mas quanto o check the box, complementaridade.
No, and I think you're.
Primeiro ano. Vai pro Brasil, trabalhar com o quê?
Agora, por outro lado, por
Ah, que legal.
vai investir e ver se realmente a essência por trás do que a empresa está fazendo bate com o que ela vai e traz isso para a visibilidade. Então, no momento em que uma Bovespa começa efetivamente a uma B3,
que bom.
começa
Vai ser em São Paulo?
expor algumas coisas mais
Eles se baseiam
enorme impacto
E depois?
de bateria de celular.
Dizem que tem muito projeto em Salvador.
E aí tinha lá um negócio, tá, você nas suas lojas você tem uma caixinha pra jogar bateria de celular. Tinha caixinha, tá lá, não.
Mas o problema é porque no Brasil, tipo assim, não só no Brasil,
Parece que ele é de Salvador, então acaba tendo
esse
muito projeto em Salvador.
sustainability accounting, digamos assim,
Não sei.
ele é muito tá muito
Você voltou pro Brasil, não sabe?
Não, eu fiquei aqui. Eu fiquei em
então,
Nova
tipo
York.
assim, as pessoas, é muito difícil você medir
Ah, não, a Camila ficou aqui também. O Mário voltou.
objetivamente, é muito complicado. Segundo, porque
Teve uma filipina que foi pro Brasil também.
ainda tá catching up com isso.
Quem é?
Tipo assim,
A Maica.
são poucas as pessoas, quando
Maica
eu
Cruz.
tenho feito meu research, tem um grupo que tá muito
Ela
intenso.
é mais quietinha.
Mas como você vê a proporção desse grupo no mercado as a whole,
Não, ela é bem. Ela não é. Quase não vai em nada. Ela é um amor, mas ela é super tímida.
Quando eu digo
Deixa eu ver se alguém
derivar
mais.
pro
Não,
consumidor,
acho que foi isso.
aquela história do...
Não me lembro.
Talvez mais do que você ter um selo na Bovespa, você tem um selo na caixa do produto.
Nem porque, por exemplo, eu Brasola, mas me botaram no Brasil.
Mas tu queria trabalhar com a
O
máquina.
selo começa a ser identificado como... Você vai começar a educar o consumidor que...
Vai pro Brasil, vai.
Então, se eu tenho hoje gasolina, que tem mega escândalo.
Pois é, tu tinha mencionado já, é que tu ficou muito tempo fora também, né? Então.
Não, tá.
E tu pensa em trabalhar na McKinsey?
Vou começar a ir numa determinada
Assim,
direção.
nunca fiz consultoria antes, não sei, trabalhar em banco, você também.
pois é, o consumidor, não, mas o consumidor realmente ele é a chave, ele é a força mais forte.
Tudo que eu falo que gosta. Então não sei, se eu gostar. Também o summer acho que eu vou pra isso.
É um teste, entendi. Ah, entendi. Não, é porque muita gente, tipo, fica desesperada por fazer o summer porque quer muito trabalhar na McKinsey depois que se forma. Então o summer é tipo, pelo que eu entendo, é meio que.
O acesso à informação deixa em
Banco é bem assim.
Uma coisa que deveria ser
Eu ouvi falar mas eu ouvi falar também que se não fizer o summer é muito difícil de ser contratado. Né?
Claro que eles têm interesse deles.
Sim.
Porque eles, quando eu fiz e aí eles falavam, né? Gente, o summer é muito mais concorrido, são menos vagas e tal. Depois a gente abre um monte de vagas para
Entendi.
que é bom.
E como que foi as entrevistas? Assim, foi aquele básico? Ai, gente, que preguiça que eu tenho de... Sério? Gente, como tu passou então, meu Deus?
Acho que eles foram com a minha cara.
Que bom! Eu não me preparei nada e passei. Pegadinha!
A galera sempre fala muito assim, fica aqui em cima com sozinho.
O executivo do board member pode ser civilmente responsabilizado.
Opa, beleza. Não, competência, vai. Competência, inteligência,
Bota um banco grande no CV também ajuda.
ajuda, o povo gosta. Pois é, mas eu não entendo por que ainda é assim. Por que o processo é muito anos 90 isso, pra mim. Eu acho outdated, eu acho muito ultrapassado. Mas, enfim, sei lá. Aparentemente funciona, porque...
Mas ainda assim, é uma decisão do executivo se autopenalizar. Ou seja, o CEO acredita.
Todo mundo tinha a mesma postinha, tinha as mesmas
Então eu vou botar
estudar nos
meu
mesmos
bônus
casos.
na minha galera.
Por
Eu tava
isso.
diferente, eu não tinha minha pastinha.
Você fala também de compensação,
E tipo, e passaram
pode ser o
poucas
board
pessoas.
naquele momento.
Então assim,
Vai acontecer.
Talvez.
Não sei,
talvez
talvez social da companhia, que aquela é a missão da empresa, faz parte da missão da
como é que a
empresa.
gente aumenta a participação feminina no mercado de trabalho? Tipo, eu não
Ver
acho
fiduciário do
esse é
board
um
member
caso tava lá comigo, tinha eu e o Tim.
Claro, né? Ou seja, ele é responsável. Você pode demitir um CEO porque ele não está cumprindo a missão da empresa.
Então, assim, acho que a gente que faz.
É tipo assim,
E,
já
por exemplo, a gente tem muito
você
mais o que falar disso.
embutir
Muito mais ideias.
no core da empresa.
Isso, pois é, mas
A galera
você estava falando de PT, né, de
então, acho que eles
implementação.
estão
Se você começa
Mudar.
a criar um índice de
Ah, que bom saber disso, porque, meu Deus, assim, os amigos que eu tive também que fizeram esse processo tentando entrar, é sempre o mesmo caso, é sempre a mesma estrutura.
no Brasil, em função da sua,
E eu acho que foi por isso que eu me
sua
lembrei.
responsabilidade
Por não ser estrutura, por
sustentabilidade, eu vou lá.
Sim, entendi. Que bom que tem uma
Agora, se eu tiver
vontade de mudar um pouco a cultura, assim, né? Incluir mais coisas um pouco,
eu vou botar o
né?
dinheiro e eu faço.
Exato, um pouco menos business school, um pouco mais simples.
Peraí, claro.
É outra.
Vai, tá bom.
Deixa eu ir no banheiro.
Beleza, vou só aqui. Tu vai ficar aí? Eu vou estar sentado ali atrás. Porque aqui se eu quiser levantar, eu saio na frente da câmera. Mas pode ficar isso. Eu também na ponta, no escondido.
Não, acho que eu vou pra ali, então. Eu te sigo.
If I could invite you all to come back and get settled, please, so we can get started. Thank you very much. So we're now going to shift and talk about China. And I think the comment was made earlier that China has gone farther than Brazil. And so I think we'll hear whether that's the case. My own sense is that China has technologically very advanced in many areas, and there are pieces of a regulatory framework. But IoT continues to evolve, as we've heard earlier. So what I heard coming out of the Brazilian experts is that there's an effort to create some kind of comprehensive framework around a current perception of what IoT is. And I'm very curious as we go into this discussion. I think we'll see some very advanced use cases. I think we're going to see, some very important priorities articulated in the national plan. I don't know if we'll see a kind of comprehensive regulatory frameworks, but maybe we will. That's the question, one of the questions I have as we go into this discussion. We have two people just who are extraordinarily expert, who are able to speak with us today. You've already been introduced to Professor Benjamin Koo, so I won't reiterate what you heard earlier, except just to note that in addition to his work at the ICE Center, he really is thinking and writing about knowledge management in general, and this is one form it's taking. He is an engineer, as he said, an MIT-trained PhD, as well as an industrial and mechanical engineering from the University of Minnesota. So he's been driving change, from a technologist perspective. And we're also really fortunate to have with us Jonathan Wurtzel, Senior Partner of McKinsey and a Director of the McKinsey Global Institute in China. I've had the pleasure of knowing Jonathan Wurtzel now for quite a few years, and I know that he really has been instrumental, key person in building McKinsey's China office and operations. He works, of course, with numerous Chinese, other Asian, and foreign firms in China. And he's also played a very catalytic role around cities in China. He leads what's now called McKinsey's Cities Special Initiative, working with cities and regions really all over the world. But I think Jonathan deserves special recognition for working with so many Chinese cities and developing collaborations with research centers, including Columbia University, and local institutions, and coming up with ideas that would have transformative impact in cities, and then rolling those out and doing test cases. So very extraordinary. He's written 5 books on China. That is remarkable. At Columbia, we consider that very productive. And with a very, that have done extremely well, his books. And he's also part of a director of the McKinsey Global Institute, which is, as we know, a very important think tank that is producing really cutting-edge research on fundamental global issues facing the world. So I think I'm looking for Professor Koo, who I'm wondering if he has stepped out for a moment. But with that, let me invite Jonathan to get us started.
Perhaps I'll just use, I was hoping to use the PowerPoint for a few minutes.
Of course.
What would a McKinsey presentation be without PowerPoint? So, of course, my colleagues have already demonstrated that capacity. I'm afraid I'm not quite there. Wonderful meeting, Dean General. I mean, really, very good to have this kind of an exchange. It sort of puts real meaning to the whole South-South cooperation kind of idea. And shows that it is actually a global collaboration. So, I mean, I'm really appreciative of the chance to be here and to introduce a few views from MGI. I have four comments. Basically, just to give a few facts around China and the digital economy. There's a lot of hype. We'll just give a few facts. Then Chinese regulation and what its role has been, and I would argue that it's a relatively light touch. Some people might say late touch approach to it all, but there certainly is areas where it's been heavier than others. I think importantly, the future is likely to be somewhat different because the pace and the scale and the implications of the disruption of IoT and more broadly of AI are going to be that much bigger for business and society, and as a result may require some speedier responses. The Chinese government has not been slow in the cases of things that it views as destabilizing, notably the ban on ICOs, for example. And finally, I think that there are some opportunities for collaboration. I'd be interested to have that conversation here to see whether we could walk away with a few ideas for us to work together, for China and Brazil to work together. So, but without any doubt, I wanted to start with this because, I mean, it's my one economist chart, and I have to confess I am not an economist, but I will say that, this is actually drawn from Li Keqiang and Xi Jinping's speeches. That those two are, for my money, the only politicians that I know of in the global stage who use the words total factor productivity in their speeches. So they don't need to be educated about that. And I think that it's actually quite true of the broader ranks of the Chinese government. They kind of get the point that if China is going to get rich, it has to get productive or get smart. There are not going to be any more new Chinese. They're done. China passed its Lewis turning point a couple of years ago. The working age population is flat to declining. If China is going to be rich, every average Chinese has to be more productive. As a result, this is underlying the entire way of thinking about technology and innovation, that this is a critical national security goal, that either China achieves productivity comparable to or greater than global leadership, or it's not going to achieve the historic mission of national rejuvenation, which is the way Xi Jinping would put it, about returning China to its rightful place as the central kingdom, which is, in other words, the biggest economy in the world with the most technology and the most resources and the most opportunity. So to achieve this goal, China essentially has to see, because fixed capital inputs are declining, as savings rate gradually decline, and as I-Core goes up, therefore you get much less bang for your buck from the fixed capital line, therefore productivity becomes the difference. And actually 40 or 50% of GDP growth of productivity is a relatively conservative target. As we think about global GDP growth, that number in OECD countries typically closer to 60 or 70. And finally, if we want to believe how are we going to get all that productivity, 60 or 70 of that's going to come out of AI. So that there is some residual long tail industry consolidation opportunities for China. Certainly management is poor in a lot of places. But as we think about how those problems are going to be resolved, how is China going to become more energy efficient? How is China become more productive in its workforce? It's going to be through the deployment of digital technologies. So this is a critical national security goal, and that's my one Chinese economist chart. So with that, yay! China's digital economy. What an awesome thing! So China went from 0% retail e-commerce to 40% of the world's e-commerce transaction value. It's the largest e-commerce market in the world. 11 times the mobile payments of the United States, and 1/3 of the global unicorns, companies with a market value of over $1 billion. And the tech is there. So China's payment systems are 4 to 5 times at this point faster than US payment systems. China has the world record in computing power. In order to deal with problems of scale, China's had to evolve technological solutions to address those things. So it's real tech in a real marketplace. And it's not just BAT. BAT, of course, is big. Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent. But here are landscape 50-plus China unicorns. So it's a very broad panoply of companies. And this is how you get used. So Chinese payments. So in the United States, if you want to bring your small and medium-sized shop online, you have to go out and buy an NFC reader or something like that, and you have to hook up. It costs you maybe $500, $600. In China, you take a piece of paper, you print out a QR code, and you stick it on the window. You are now digitally enabled. Because WeChat is instant, it's free, it's micro. So you see street beggars on the side there. The guy has a QR code so you can scan it and give him money. Doormen at hotel rooms will show a QR code on the back of their hand in case you want to scan them and give them money. So and I don't know why people in OECD countries like to pay 3% transaction costs, but okay, up to you. In China, it's 0, and it's instantaneous, and it's a micro. So that's one application. This is Hema. This is Alibaba's new retail. What their whole point, the government came to Alibaba and said, hey, you guys, you say you're doing all this great stuff for the retail segment, but every time you open up a little bit more to retail, we bankrupt another bunch of supermarkets. So how many jobs are you actually really creating? So they went back and they rethought the idea and said, okay, we're not about direct to consumer, which would be JD. We're about enabling the retailer. So we're bringing the retailer online to cloud service. So here we create this model where anybody who is a small retailer can join our platform. We want the data. What they get is the ability to customize the experience to anybody within a half-kilometer radius of the supermarket, proven to boost revenues by 30 or 40% for any shop that participates. You get online ordering ordering offline delivery. This guy is sort of scanning from the online order into that little bag. It goes up to the top. It ships around to a motorcycle. Goes out to the customer at home, and then you get to, of course, customize the assortment. So you reduce a lot of your waste and inventory. Costs go down. Revenues go up. It really works. That's why this stuff is out there. It actually works. Mobike, we've opened up last mile in China, so basically you have millions of people who are now, scanning their QR codes and, riding bikes all across the city. So that basically boosted physical activity probably by about 15 or 20% just across the population that uses the bikes. It's better, it's healthier, and again, it solves last mile between subway stations and home. Healthcare, this is a company called Infravision, which uses AI to scan for lesions. So if you're the doctor in a tertiary hospital in China at 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, you've been working for 10 hours a day, you're a little bit tired, the AI will help you. And it's proven to show up 30% more of the lesions that would have been missed before, and particularly complicated kinds of cancers. So this is, again, it's not replacing humans in this case, it's augmenting the capacity of the doctor. And finally, dealing with more mundane problems such as the toilet paper situation in the Temple of Heaven, where you had multiple people coming into, taking all of the toilet paper. So here the solution is, because you have this massive onslaught of humanity, we employ facial recognition so that when Mr. Joe shows up, he can, put his face in the mirror and they say, okay, here, take your toilet paper, but if you come back within 10 more minutes, no more toilet paper for you. So it's, it's a supply management tool. And of course, the problem is, what if I have diarrhea? Well, okay, fine. Then we have an attendant somewhere, but it does actually allow us to provide a better service for more people. And maybe that's the positive face of the social control. Here's the other side of it. This is when you're jaywalking in Shenzhen. This is what will flash up on the screen. It's your name, your picture, and why you should be shamed into no longer crossing the street, and possibly will be hooked to your Sesame credit score in the future, and we'll find out. But so that AI is a dramatic set of technology changes, but it's also queuing into social changes, and is queuing into economic changes. So it doesn't just change our tech, it changes our life. I'll just close with saying, yep, yeah.
They now recognize if you are saying the truth or lying, or you are feeling a bit.
Lots of stuff is coming up. I mean, people are showing up at public events and realizing that there's a warrant outstanding for them, and they got picked out of a crowd of 50,000 people. It's like, wow, I didn't think that was going to happen. This is, I'm going to try to close off quickly, but just to say this, the second big point is that, this was a fundamentally market-driven event. Nobody predicted Alibaba. Nobody predicted Tencent. There wasn't anything in the plan about facial recognition on jaywalking. There were projects, I should say that, in the Golden Shield and Golden Port. So these were all proved to initiate. The government did projects to initiate to show it was possible to do something. So we used to have 909 projects in China, which were basically, China can make a semiconductor factory, or China can do biotech, or China can build a supercomputer. But there was sort of like proof of concept ideas, and then zoom, just let the market run with it. So this is being driven by 700 million internet users. It's being driven by all these big companies. And it's being driven by a regulatory approach that essentially allows innovators room to experiment. This just says that, it took 11 years before the Chinese government said that Alibaba was a bank. And it's mostly because the banks were starting to complain about Alibaba. And say, you really should regulate them. I said, okay, fine. We think that, there is space for the regulator to do more. I mean, clearly, these are the 5 areas where we think regulatory engagement makes a lot of sense. And it's around the technology, making sure that we've got some of it, and so essentially a supply side concern. It's around interoperability and standardization of the stack so that we can work across it. Clearly, there's an IP security and privacy conversation, data security and trust, and we've talked about that. There's equally important a business culture and organization issue, sort of like how are we actually thinking about the impacts of this on unions, on workers, of course, on companies as they exist today. And finally, there's a public policy issue, which is more about the broader impacts on the consumer. And these are all areas where China is sort of figuring out its own way. It's spent a lot of time pretty much on the first topic, and so that's what Made in China 2025 is all about, essentially, is saying so that's the Babe Ruth moment, and if you use the baseball analogy, you said China is calling its shots, so, going to go there. It's going to be 90% Chinese sensors, 30%, actually I have this, yeah, domestic market share goals for all of this stuff, which is going to be, this is made in China. So, I mean, there's been a lot of focus on how are we going to build our domestic industry, including, specific targets around accuracy of Chinese English translation and operating costs. These are all part of MII's goals. And money has followed, so lots of money. Local governments are doing this. Probably more of the money has come local government than national government. And then law. So I was just reading about, China is developing its own sort of approaches to operations, data security, data storage. It's somewhat challenging to do a comparison between Chinese law and Western law because literally specifications mean different things. And so like in standard doesn't mean the same thing in Chinese as it does in English. It's more policy guidelines, and implementation is generally speaking left up to the administrator in charge, or when you come to the court. If you do, it's up to the court. It's much more a rule of precedent than it is a rule of law, and that reflects the fact that as of 30 years ago, China didn't have any law, didn't have any lawyers, and nothing. So this is all built on a pay-as-you-go kind of basis, which I think creates again a lot of flexibility and a relative light or late touch. However, a lot of uncertainty as well. Am I doing something that's legal or not? Don't know. We'll find out. Do I want to comply? Yes. So that's typically the commercial conversation. So, and I think that I will call it there because I'm conscious of time. I'll just close with two more things. One is the future is going to be a lot more interesting in a sense, as the Chinese would say, so both opportunities and challenges. So we think about automation, we think China's kind of right smack in the middle of who's going to get disrupted, right along with Brazil. This chart shows GDP per capita versus current work activities that are displaced by automation. So we think in a 15-year time frame, probably 15-20% of Chinese work activities will be displaced. That doesn't mean 15% of the jobs, that means 15 to 20% of everybody's work activities. So it's not confined to one segment of the population, it's everybody. And of course, when this tends to flip a switch, and so actually you could argue that job dislocation is actually a lot bigger than the 15 to 20% because the job changes. And may or may not be good for that job. So Brazil and China, quite in the same place here in terms of its impact. Arguably the OECD will probably get hit a little bit harder and faster because of the this essentially wage-driven. Nonetheless, there's going to be, if you took at absolute numbers, China will have the single largest amount of displaced workers on the planet. Several hundred million people are going to have to find new jobs. Going to look at that and say, well, we just did that. 30 years of dislocation from farm to factory. So, okay, do it again. But no, it's actually kind of different because we're not talking about young people. We're talking about middle-aged people. We're not talking about ag to industry. We're talking about industry to digital. It's a whole new skill set. So I think this is going to be a great laboratory for learning, if you will, in the positive sense. But we're going to have to go through it. Which leads me to the last point, which is essentially, government's got that role, is that, I do think that there is an opportunity for China and Brazil to have this conversation. We see the face of globalization going forward to be a digital face. And we think global trade in goods and services has plateaued for the last couple of years. Maybe go up a little bit more, but what's exploded, which doesn't get captured, is data-driven trade. Cross-border data flows are up by trillions of dollars over the last couple of years. Bandwidth has exploded about 35 times over the last decade if you look at cross-border bandwidth. So the face of globalization now is your radiologist in Manaus treating a housewife in Shanghai. And so there's, that's why Jack can go to the floor of Trump Tower and says, I can employ 1 million US people on the electronic world trade platform at zero marginal cost. So why don't you want that? I think this is the challenge for business, for government, for all of us to say, how can we embrace this global age, digital age, and make it work for us? And this is not an academic question, if you will. There is an academic component to it, of course, but there is a real-world practical answer of how do we spur cross-border data flows to make them work for us, support digital investment, and enable the technologies that can ultimately turn into better healthcare, better retail, better mobility, and better security for everybody. So that would be a great conversation to have, and we're there.
Thank you very much. That was terrific. I had not seen before a panhandler with a QR code. That was really, I think, symbolic of the profundity of the change. I think we're very fortunate to have Professor Ku, who will speak more from a technology perspective, and I think he also has some PowerPoints, so thank you for preparing those. And you're not even a McKinsey partner, so you see, all of us now use PowerPoints, even academicians. Thank you, Professor.
Yes. Okay, excuse me.
Afterwards, if you're willing, we'd be delighted to post your PowerPoints if you're open to that. Yeah.
Welcome. So, so this picture actually took me literally hours to decide whether I want to show it to you or not. Because the original statement was, what would China's IoT plan looks like? This is China's IoT plan would look like. You know, there's only one belief system in China that would believe that human and the heaven or the physical world are united. Therefore, one person must somehow manage to basically become utilizing the qi, so-called. So that's ultimately the IoT for Chinese. But I picked this picture. As you can tell, this guy has bigger nose, right? We call anybody who doesn't look Chinese are so-called the big nose people, right? This guy has bigger nose than me. As you can see, 90% of people have my nose instead of that nose. And it turns out I want to say something that's really what we hope, because the previous session was what would China's IoT plan look like. But this session is actually about design and outcome. And this actually is the design and outcome, meaning that if we were able to make Chinese culture a part of heaven and human united together, have international people or big nose people also believe and practice the same thing we do, that would be the proper design and outcome of this so-called internationalization of such a plan. And then today, I actually was honored to have this culture shock to come back to New York. I almost come to New York every 6 months. And I lived here in US for about 16 years. But today I had another dose of culture shock, and also showed me that I preemptively knew I should pick this picture. I was standing there, over there, and Dean asked me, what are you going to talk about? I said, I'm going to talk about China's IoT plan. And Jonathan came over to me. He didn't say anything to me. He said in Chinese, are you Shanghainese? I said, how do you know? And that's pretty spooky, right? And then he started telling me all this important technocrats that he knows in China. And he started speaking Chinese to me. And he actually spoke more fluent Chinese than I did. So if you challenge him, he probably can do this Tai Chi master thing to you in no time. I'm serious in the following sense, that the whole idea of IoT is really not about just technology. Because ultimately, as we just saw, if the panhandler could use QR code and literally open up global account, because any of these big nose people could have paid him, right, with real money, and the focus is not the technology. Technology must be so invisible that anybody can use it all the time, everywhere. And that's really China's real global plan for making it happen. Okay, so now I just said the thing I may not have the right to say because I am not an international policy scholar. However, I do have the authority to give you this slide. I was very careful in precisely only giving you the proper information. Now, this is actually from Wikipedia, so even if it were wrong to be wrong, it has to be precise. So all the numbers are exactly right, okay? So China has this so-called 13th plan, and all my salary, all my grants, if there were any, all came from here, right? If you do not follow this schedule, you won't get a penny, right? So roughly speaking, these are the key points I picked out from Wikipedia on the most important point for that one 5-year cycle. So let's skip 1996 to 2000 cycle because it's just ancient. In our days, IoT was not even properly set back then. And more important, back then I was not there in China. So the following 5-year, the 10th plan from 2001 to 2005, there's only one and most important statement for the whole government. That is to keep the GDP up. Whether it is exactly 7 or 8, it doesn't really matter. but basically keep the growth up so that we have basically enough momentum to keep the economy and all these expenses growing. I don't have the McKinsey kind of infographic, okay? But you see the 7%, right? Then the next 5 years is about smart city and urbanization. Why? Why smart city? Why urbanization? The whole idea is that they, not only that, they actually want, as you can see, the following 5 years, they want urbanization to reach 51% of the entire population. Prior to this, there were literally 80%, not exactly this 2006, but there were literally 80 to 90% of people in China, they were categorized as so-called farmers. In China, farmer is not necessarily a skill, a profession. It's literally, in my opinion, at least in colloquial language, and if you don't believe me, you can ask Jonathan. Jonathan speaks Chinese better than me. That a farmer actually implies you are different caste, you are different class of people. So by moving at least 50% of people into urbanized people, meaning you have civilized them. So now, after this 12-year plan, now we are getting into the 13th plan, is about greener China, right? You just recently heard of President Xi Jinping wanting to have greener China that's not talk about only GDP. He even officially said that, right? So look at this roughly 10, 15 years of time, the entire ideology changed. So the use of IoT technology will profoundly change because that from GDP as a number, as an abstract number, so people can report up, so we can apply for grants. Now we are actually talking about how can we make every atom in the atmosphere actually could become worthwhile for breathing, for happiness, etc. How does this transformation happen on a massive number of people within 5-year time plan? So let me reveal the truth. Okay, let me show my, Tsinghua level of infographics. Actually, I use beautiful AI, just tell you, okay? I didn't do it. I just used AI to help me. So AI helped me create this. So there's additional points on this diagram says, in Alipay, 2004, it created digital cash services. So today, if I don't remember wrong, is 2018, 14 years later. You know who is the dominant player in the marketplace? Oh, by the way, I don't own any stock in Tencent whatsoever, okay? It's WeChat. It's 80 to 20, according to some of the, I shouldn't say internal people, some people told me, obviously I don't know for sure, and I shouldn't know, okay? So as you can see in this diagram, when was WeChat Pay introduced? 2014, 10 years later. And 2014 was only 4 years ago. That actually meant within 4 years' time, WeChat overcome the entire Alipay infrastructure. And you know Alipay is almost as big as eBay, as Amazon, in the sense that they are the internet of everything. And then how could somebody else come in and took his lunch? And even Jack Ma personally said the following statement. Physically standing next to Tony Ma, the CEO of Tencent, he said, maybe WeChat Pay shouldn't only belong to Tencent. So what does that mean? I mean, he himself had Alipay. How would he even bother in front of Tony Ma said, you should not only solely own this entire payment space. Okay, the idea is very simple. We have been tokenized. Human has become an IoT carrier. So I think let's try to make the whole thing very, very visible. Every time I go home, my young son, 6-year-old, will very happily jump to me, oh, Daddy's home. But I am smarter than that. I know what he meant. He really meant, oh, Daddy's iPhone is home. He doesn't care about me as much as he wants to play my iPhone. Obviously, the fact is that the iPhone never really got played by him. The iPhone knows so much more about him, so the iPhone is playing him. IoT, Internet of Things technology, has become so pervasive that if you really build social app along with all these functionalities, including payment, you are completely engulfing the livelihood of the entire civilization. Okay. So now look at Bitcoin in 2008. It was an idea, and back then, and you must sigh after I say this, you literally can buy one Bitcoin for less than 1 cent. Imagine how rich you will be right now. Just do the imagination for now, and you'll be all happy, right? But obviously, that money did not really get to become 20,000 per coin up until last year. And it crashed again, but it's still about 5,000, 6,000, I don't know, right? But still, it's easily a, let's say, 1 million time increase over time in 10 years. In any economy, if you had a 1 million time depreciation of any currency globally, you will see disaster. But we didn't. Why? Why? Recently, I have one economist says this to me. I was so deeply impressed. She said the following. She said, Ben, I finally realized it was not the Bitcoin going up and down and changing and high volatility. Bitcoin never changed. It's the economy around us changing, and Bitcoin reflects the change, right? Bitcoin has a total of fixed amount, 21 million, but nobody knows how many exact US dollars are out there. Maybe you New Yorkers know, right? But I don't. And nobody knows how many Brazilian dollars are out there. Nobody knows exactly how many Chinese yuan are out there. But we can all check instantaneously to know the total amount of Bitcoin that is out there. So is any other so-called cryptocurrency. And more importantly, recently, I just saw somebody was able to hack some currency so that somebody was overprinting that currency. So that is actually a news. If any other government overprinted its own currency, would that be a news? Would they tell you? So the focus is following. We are all living under a profound paradigm shift. We have to look at the whole world profoundly in a totally different way. So the dean just says I should go quick. So let me go quick. So I have 1 more minute. On the other hand, to really lift to the next generation, we need a totally different way to look at the world. We have to have a completely different cognitive foundation. That is not just about gadgets, but also about the way we think. That's why in the middle, I call this temporarily, without better words, computational thinking. But by the way, computational thinking is very Chinese. You remember, back then, we invented the real random numbers, right? The oracle. And by the way, the guy who linked energy, the smallest amount of energy, to cryptography as the way to measure the amount of computing power required to do mining, for example, and was cited by Satoshi Nakamoto's original paper on the second degree of separation. He's the Turing Award winner, Andrew Yao, who is a professor now at Tsinghua University. So on top, it's not about anybody who learns to become a shaman or becomes a medical doctor. You have to be able to speak the language like our previous speaker was able to talk about the entire industrial structure. And then at the foundational layer, you must be able to talk about domain-specific skills. And everyone, that's the point, has to learn all three things, from meso to micro to micro. And everybody must go through the same kind of curriculum. So this is my experiment for the next 3 years. The Ministry of Education asked me to do in China. So I'm trying this first to my own children and also to my students at Tsinghua University. Oh, by the way, I don't send my children to school. obviously I'm in school as a teacher, so I teach my student this way. And then I hope that we can use this as a generic framework, so allow people to have a very open-minded capability to do domain-specific skills, and also have the ability to see things in macroscopic way, and having the computational thinking as a way to see the world differently. That's my way of seeing Internet of Everything. Thank you.
Wonderful, fascinating remarks by both of you. Thank you. Please join me for a few minutes before we break. So many interesting things were said, it's hard to know where to land. But, you know, I guess one place I'd just like us to help orient us is, you know, Jonathan, you said that China is so committed to raising productivity that digital is a fundamental driver of raising productivity. So whatever is needed to achieve that, whether it's AI or other instruments, and thus by implication, the interconnection of things, which is part of, you know, which is really what I think of when I think of the Internet of Things. You know, you need the foundational features, such as digital, but then you need to use that to build that interconnected world. And interestingly, neither of you were really making a distinction between the sort of cyber-physical systems, the machine-to-machine, and the digital foundation. And I just wonder, what do you think of IoT frameworks as just fully integrated, or is there a distinction between the digital and the IoT universe in the China? Because neither of you made that distinction.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a really interesting question. I initially thought it was about digital versus physical, but if it's digital versus IoT, or how IoT fits into digital, I think IoT is a component of a broader set of digital technologies. So, and I mean, we would have a quite specific definition about IoT, in a sense, having at least 3 components to it: a sensor, an analytical engine, and a decision-making apparatus. And, you know, that constitutes an IoT system. Whereas digital could be potentially broader than that and might not have a decision-making component to it. You know, so I think I think the IoT and aspect of this, though, is very much linked to the physical, in the sense that it has to actually influence the physical world in some way. And I think that would be a pretty critical part of the definition. From that point of view, I think it's an overlay on the physical world. And the reality being that China today invests more in infrastructure than the United States and Western Europe combined on an annual basis. And so the growth of that physical infrastructure is just much greater. And as a result, the opportunity to introduce new intelligence into the system is that much higher. As a result, you see much quicker the intelligence in the actual physical thing. I hope that's getting close to.
That's very helpful. And Ben, do you see a distinction, or do you see it in the Chinese context as a fully integrated conversation?
Yes, I would consider it as a fully integrated consideration for the following reason. One of the key things about IoT in general is that it allows people to address anything with a short number. And the number is supposedly roughly 2 to the 256 power, or 256 bit, which is literally, if you write it down in hexadecimal numbers, it's a short string. Machine can check it really quick, and human can literally write it down, right? And that usually supposedly covers all of the atoms in the universe, and multiplied by 1,000,000 times, you still cannot exhaust it. And that generic idea was really a different way of seeing language. Meaning that how do you consciously relate a symbol with many, many possibilities or specific devices? That idea completely changes the way we deal with everyday, identifiable, and uniquely addressable thing. That literally sounds like a spell, like how do you say, abracadabra, right? And literally, if you read those numbers, your sounds exactly. Am I allowed to say this? So the fact is that computer is speaking that language. Because the computer is speaking a language, and unless we were able to allow people to see the simple mathematical secret or mathematical mechanism, that we couldn't possibly really educate people to see things differently than they were born to be trained as a regular human, because this is a part of our civilization. On the other hand, as an educator, as an IoT architect, the only way to really see the whole world in so-called egalitarianly, allowing anybody to see this simple idea that we must integrate this not only on the technical level, but also on the philosophical level, and get them to understand it from the get-go.
So let me move you for a moment before opening this up, and we will open it up into a little bit more controversial territory, which is, China has these tremendous capabilities, incredibly talented people, obviously innovative firms. Jonathan has emphasized light regulatory framework, a policy environment that has emphasized the importance of this area, thrown money at it. Required data to be localized, right? Limited those who have access to that data. Collected it, the state itself. So how much of that requires, of those elements, I think, are really nationalistic in character, that do not leave space for foreign market participants or technology? Or are there areas that really would thrive only if it's an open architecture?
Well, I think it's first of all, it's really a work in progress here. I was just reading the latest from CSIS, and that their view would be that China is evolving a data security regime which is closer to GDPRS than it is to US and the APEC, but it's supposed to be less rigid in their view than GDPRS, and allow more room for consent, sort of implied consent as opposed to explicitly given consent, and so forth. Gets very technical. But the other point they highlight, of course, is this issue that standards in China are not the same thing as standards everywhere else. They're not actually technical standards. They're, again, more policy implementation guidelines. And guidelines is something that, it leaves the regime plenty of room to say, well, maybe we didn't want to do it that way. It creates all this uncertainty, which is, I think, the sticking point in all these negotiations, in that, we try to tie somebody down to an explicit thing, and you sort of say, well, you're not going to be able to prove the negative. You're not going to be able to say it's impossible for me to do that. It might at some point be possible to do it. So that's the source of much frustration, I think, in international consensus, building international consensus. As to the basic principle, of course, that, in technology and flows and data flows are good things, I think everybody gets that. In China, and I think they always balance that against the potential that those flows bring for instability. So the number one job for the Chinese government is to preserve the stability of the Chinese people and assure the continued harmonious development of the society. That's the way they would phrase it. And so, of course, anything that promotes instability is going to be viewed as something to be quite cautious about. And as a result, I said the ICO banning earlier this year or last year was a good example of saying, okay, really don't think that we should allow people to imagine that there's a sovereign credit behind Bitcoin. There isn't, and there won't be, and anybody who's selling that on that basis is taking advantage of the good faith and credit of the Chinese people, and we will not allow that. And so that became a very clear and fast response. So, I'm sure that there are opportunities for improvement in the way the Chinese government handles these things, and I think they would say as much. So that this type of panel is happening pretty much every day at the Ministry of Information in China, and so that there are plenty of foreign experts who are coming over and providing their input. I would say a far greater number of U.S. academics and politicians are in China advising the Chinese government than there are Chinese academicians and politicians advising the U.S. government. And I think perhaps both sides could learn from each other.
Thank you. Do you have a comment?
Yes. When I was a PhD student here, I try to study the science of system architecting, meaning that how can you make system level decisions with technical precision or some kind of scientific approach. But it turns out that it was believed architecting is a form of art, or making law and policy is a form of art, because it has so many layers, it requires a lot of discourse, a lot of discussion. However, as we recently noticed on the field of so-called private currency or so-called cryptocurrency, that is creating so much unique kind of approaches to address data, to address privacy, that became a technical question rather than purely an art. So source code can be written and discussed, and knowing which line was wrong, therefore caused a total breakdown of that system. So it was actually considered not possible just merely 10, 20 years ago when we were computer scientists trying to solve a technical problem. So therefore, a similar thing applies to Chinese architecture, both in IoT and also in policymaking. So now, for any government who cares to know stability as important as Jonathan just said, so he really is my Chinese teacher, so I should learn more from him, that the government would love to know how and what kind of technical skill and tools is available for them so they can always tweak the knob and precisely know how to keep the system stable. But what would that be? As you know, recently we adjusted the notion of constitution, right, for different kind of policies, etc. And that's actually a sign that we recognize there's a constitution to be changed. And think about this. The Chinese people do not talk about Chinese constitutions all the time. Not in the past, right? Until recently, this became, oh, by the way, President Xi Jinping was a proud product of Tsinghua's law school, okay? So put it simply, they are technical things to be understood. They are code to be written. And there are ways that we believe that we can eventually incorporate precise scientific discourse with proper scientific policy making along with the super complex system.
Okay, thank you very much. Fantastic ideas on the table before us. I could keep going with many more, but I'd like to at least collect a couple of questions, if I may, and then let our speakers offer a few thoughts. Give the microphone to Thomas Lind, who I must say deserves enormous credit for organizing, working on this with Ronaldo today, and thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Dean. My question is around cybersecurity. First off, thank you both for two fantastic presentations, very informative. But both of you touched on issues that, frankly, from a cybersecurity perspective, I find concerning, to say the least. I mean, Jonathan, you said, in terms of China's focus on raising productivity, a lot of the focus was on cheaply manufactured devices with high connectivity that were easily meshable across different industries, and I assume from an ICT standpoint across different industries and sectors. And Professor Ku or Ben, you said a wonderful line about how IoT means that the internet should be universally accessible and, in a sense, almost invisible in people's daily lives, which to me, from a practical standpoint, again, sounds like cheap and universal. And if China's policy, whether implicit or explicit, is to focus on that, then there's a clear clash with US policy, which is developing towards greater regulation, especially around industrial or critical infrastructure. And so I wonder, A, is there an awareness of the kinds of vulnerabilities that, proliferate under those conditions? And B, are we therefore moving towards a kind of balkanization of the internet, which I know is a kind of hot topic phrase at the moment, but is genuinely frightening if that's for real. So.
Okay, I'll take on that first. I am definitely feel this threat of consumerism and commercialization that enters every single level. It is, in my opinion, put it simply and subjectively, it is bad. But knowing it is so bad, that is everywhere already. So we have to make bad into some kind of good. So specifically, the way I might think about it, and this is roughly my proposition, is instead of thinking IoT individually as an individual technology, it actually could be reversely considered as if every device, every consumerism, as if there were some kind of Maxwell's demon, as my colleague here that would love to, Mr. Han Feng is here, Maxwell demon physicist, and or the so-called demons or the Yao Guai. So you know what's Yao Guai? That the demons that actually trick you to do things that's bad. And it is a way to test you how you can become good. And you want to allocate your time and space according to the proper action. So that becomes a different way of becoming a person that tries to cleanse your soul. On the other hand, you have to have this so-called computational or physicist kind of thinking to see the universe with its minutest possible details of opportunity to become a better person. So you have to control your will not to be enticed by these bad demons. So on the other hand, if you don't have this structure and understand is addressing a power, this computational possibilities, of course you're always going to be tricked. So that's why so-called education is so profound. And more importantly, it's really not about which government gives more or less money to a particular program. Unfortunately, in my opinion, most of the programs themselves are just not giving people enough condensation and proper structure to have the technical understanding of the secret of the universe. Therefore, we wasted too much time to know things that's irrelevant, so we could not see the truth. That's why.
I'm not going to be able to scale to that level of metaphysical elegance. I completely buy what you're saying, because that's the intent of the culture. And I think it does, and Patricia was saying before, we somehow always wind up coming back to culture and values in this conversation. I think the Chinese government has a fine appreciation of the vulnerabilities that are introduced by a decentralized architecture. They, as a result, have literally millions of people employed to police the Great Firewall. This is, so, you know, the aspect of, you know, desiring to manage or be in part of this conversation is clearly, you know, still within the government's permit. They remit. They are part of it. But I think there's an ingoing hypothesis that the noble lie of Chinese government is the perfectibility of governance. It is saying that the quality of a society is indicated by the quality of its governance, because the governance says something about the capacity of the society to regulate itself. And as a result, when things are going wrong in society, it's something that governance should be held directly to account for. And if they go really wrong, then the governance has lost the mandate of heaven and will fall. And that has been how dynasties changed in China. So I think there's a great sort of a sense of, you know, we actually have, as governance, no choice but to fulfill the mandate, which is to you know, serve the people and sort of achieve greater heights of society. And if we fail to do that, then it's on us. There isn't anyone else who's going to be accountable for this. There isn't any external force, for that matter. There isn't any internal force, because governance is in China is all about the whole of society, not about factions within society. Governance is there to represent all of it. So as a result, we will see and have seen a massive step up in security technology, I think you will see great innovations in security. And there's a reason why facial recognition is very high on the list of the Chinese government's employment of AI, and I can go on in terms of quantum and Bitcoin and all that, crypto. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that's part of the deal of being in the Chinese government. So you have to do that.
No more jaywalking in China
more
for me.
jaywalking.
Professor Lemos.
Right. So first of all, thank you for two excellent presentations. I would like to go back to the metaphysics, actually. So in the following sense, I think China has been really successful in building overarching visions as well, not only in terms of technology as applied, but also in science fiction by the work of Liu Cixin, and also philosophically by the work of Yu Hui and others. And I think they have like a very interesting points in terms of how we should see the world in itself. So when I see the description of your view of education and the role of technology, my question for you is, aren't we delegating to machines what should be in the hands of the demons, maybe? Or aren't we missing the cosmos in this process?
Wonderful. So this diagram actually was literally designed to talk about it. So this focus is so-called computational thinking. In computational thinking, or in computing science, there are three basic foundational metrics or measurement types. First one is time, so it takes a lot of time to calculate something. Second one is space, storage space, so you need big hard drive space, or information accounts, right? You have many, many numbers. And the third one is called uncertainty. On the other hand, the Maxwell demons. So both three things are resources. So it turns out using Oracle to predict something is not something non-scientific. Oracle is a way to use randomness to test something when you couldn't come up with a quick procedure. On the other hand, the notion of computational thinking, not necessarily computing science, is actually knowing what kind of resources you have available to set up your boundary, to do things mechanically. Therefore, this so-called measurable time and space becomes your available resource to do trials and errors so that you roughly have a boundary, some machinery to do things up to some level of so-called satisfaction or some kind of reliability. At the same time, you still have remaining uncertainty, then you can use randomness to check. That's where Maxwell demons comes in. So it turns out it is a way to very systematically, as Deng Xiaoping once said, touching the stones to get through the river is really meaning that you couldn't see it. Therefore, you have to use your other sensory and with lower resolution. So this is actually a very comprehensive way to look at how to go through a very sophisticated policy-making process.
Thank you. Those are wonderful remarks. I think we're out of town, but I'd like to give Jonathan a chance to, if you have any concluding observation to offer, because I think that was a wonderful framing.
No, I think that was great, and so no, I'm just very happy that we have this chance to this forum to have these conversations across different cultures, and I'm sure that we will come to opportunities to work together. I mean, that's the other famous Chinese saying is to truth from facts, 实事求是. So I mean, as we go forward and we discover what are the good things and what are the bad things about this, we will all have opportunities to collaborate and improve the quality of the conversation.
Thank you so much. I think we didn't get too specific in this discussion on where China and Brazil might collaborate, or where the United States or where the world can collaborate with these changes occurring in both China and Brazil. But somehow today I hope we'll weave that into the course of our conversation. Please join me in thanking our terrific speakers. I think someone can give us some guidance on lunch.